Welcome all to the world of Cloud Empress. I will be your warden this evening as we explore a strange world, perhaps familiar, perhaps quite alien. And like so many stories, we will begin with the sky. Legends say that in the ancient days, our ancestors could look up at night and see billions of stars, and in the daytime the sun shone clear and bright, so powerfully that those who lived in its light could not even look up without pain. Perhaps that's why they chose to look elsewhere. In search of power, they dug up the ground beneath their feet, burned the very land and all that grew from it. Not content with the boundless riches of the soil, they tore open the face of reality itself, dragging power in through the slips and poisoning the earth with chalk, the miracle dust that broke the world around them. They built vast machines that scarred the earth and towering citadels strung above the clouds, and veiled the skies with the spread, the choking yellow clouds that now cover this world. We call these artisans the torturers for their unmatched skill in inflicting suffering. Their works were mighty, but the world would not suffer them long. In a moment of terrible clarity, they saw what they had made themselves, turned their backs on the world they had broken, and fled to the very skies they had sacrificed, leaving us as caretakers of a silent, dusty story, where the grass still grows, the seasons still turn, but the world, once broken, cannot be healed. It can only be survived. The hereafter is a monument to the great and terrible works that were once wrought here, and it is here that we begin our tale. On a dusty road leading into a little green valley, and on that road, a courier busily jogging to their destination. Sophia, would you like to describe your character?
I would love to.
Oh. Hello, my name is Worm the Third. I am
boy.
your faithful mail carrier, and I believe that neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night stays me from the swift completion of my appointed rounds, although most of the time I am just taking mail from one farm to another. It's a very important job to keep the world connected. I'm 15 years old. I'm wearing a blue mail carrier's uniform, big shirt, small shorts, big boots. Classic Ghibli kid situation. So. And yeah, I'm extremely excited to be here. Worm is,
yes.
I'm living my life. I'm doing exactly what I want to do, and I got a real upbeat attitude about things, even though the world can sometimes be a little bit full of big bugs and whatnot.
Absolutely. Worm is a worm on a mission. In fact, you are carrying a large, heavy package, wrapped carefully in silk, given to you by a man in the garb of a cloudling court magician, with the direction to deliver it to a lordling smoke spire presently housed at the Valley Tower. As you descend into the valley, you see what they were talking about. At odds with the green grass and the thick forest to the south, the valley is shadowed by an enormous angular shape jutting from the earth. It's an iridescent purplish blue, and it has that peculiar unweathered sheen that always marks the great works of the torturers, and at its base, a massive cloud of dust is billowing. Through the dust, you can make out the shape of a ragged wound in the earth, torn open at the base of the tower, which apparently extends much further underground than it initially appeared. A large cloudling ship is parked nearby, and you can see laborers and armored soldiers crawling around the wound in the earth. A short distance away from the tower sits a small farmerling homestead. The field it tends is nearly bare, with the quick-growing crops already mostly harvested. The farmerlings that live in the lowland wastes this year are fueled by a quiet dread. After all, as everyone knows, this is the summer of the century brood, and the massive Imago insects are emerging in numbers not seen in generations. Now, the Imago generally don't concern themselves with living humans except to devour their bones after they pass, but they are driven into a frenzy by the work of the torturers and the chalk that fuels their engines. So the farmerlings that have wintered in this small household are moving quickly and carefully, because when the Imago descend, they would very much like to be gone. And the Imago will descend because Lord Smokespire has been gleefully tearing into the excavation of the tower, and whatever he's found, the Imago are certain to be hungry for. Sitting outside the largest building, watching the distant cloudlings warily, is a man. Sort of. Eric, would you please describe your character?
Yeah, absolutely. Clancy Two-Shot at your service. I've been a sellsword for longer than a lot of you have been alive, and that's fine because I've been alive and you haven't. That's the whole way it works. They call me Clancy Two-Shot because even though ammo is scarce, it's worth more while to have 2 shots and then it's dead than 1 shot and then it's not. It's the whole thing about buying the sword that you're selling, or the gun, as it might be said. I'm mostly bear, mostly old man. It kind of all shakes out in the various ins and outs of how it goes. Top part bear, general body type of man, and other bear parts like in the paws and the hands and the legs. All that matters is that if you need something done, let me know. I got it. It's for the right price because you did it the right way.
Beautiful. Now, Eric, while you're observing the Cloudlings at work, there is another bit of nearby movement that's drawing your eye. Theoretically concealed from Cloudling eyes behind a large outcropping of stone, 3 teenagers are watching the Cloudling excavation suspiciously and whispering amongst themselves. One of them, you know, is Brian, an energetic young man who's been enthusiastically spying on the Cloudling activity since they first descended at the very beginning of spring. The second is Sun, a quiet child who spends most of her time vanished into the woods behind the farmstead, but occasionally allows himself to be brought into shenanigans by Brian. And the third, Wally, would you please describe your character?
The third is Dragonfly, who's sitting lazily while the other 2 are watching, although his intrigue betrays his disinterest. He looks occasionally. He's very tall with long matted hair that is originally brown but has had moss grown over it from his time spent meditating in the nearby forest. He wears a bright yellow tunic. He's approximately 17 years old-ish, and he's dressed rather ostentatious with these bright yellow robes.
Hey,
Perfect.
yeah, you kids, I told you to get back. You're too close. There's a perimeter. What's the point of making a perimeter if no one's gonna follow it?
Hey there, bear man. Chill out. It's not that serious, man.
Have you been smoking that Imago dung again? I told you not. So first thing, you gotta stay away from the perimeter, and the second thing, you don't smoke things that come out of other things.
Look, man, it's all natural. It's all chill. It's first thing in the morning. You're up in arms, in bear arms once again. Just relax, man.
Oh, we're waking and baking now. It's getting worse.
Brian pipes up, "It's okay, Clancy. They haven't seen me yet, and they're not gonna see me today, because today's the day I definitely sneak into that aperture and see what's underground." The other thing that has drawn the attention of you youngsters is there is some unusual activity that the Cloudling contingent has been engaging in. Normally, they just kind of stride around like they own the place, march all over the farmstead, enjoy what they will not admit is a very luxurious experience for them, food grown in the ground. The Cloudlings live in the Chandelier Cities, which are suspended from orbiting stations. Several of them have fallen. There's only 18 left. The Cloudlings are all a little bit wary about this. Their wealth is generally measured in fresh water harvested from clouds and how many bats they've been able to catch to eat this week. So, being on the ground is kind of amazing for them, although most of them will not admit this fact to you. So a lot of them have been really leveraging their power and influence to force a little hospitality from this homestead in order to get food the likes of which they have never eaten in their lives. But today, there has been some strange happenings. First of all, you can see a courier slowly wending her way down the valley walls. And you're excited that the farmstead might have received some mail from distant friends or family who were wintering in other locations. But secondly, just moments ago, you noticed the quiet approach of a much smaller Cloudling ship, and you're watching to see what the ship and its crew does next. And inside that ship, Austin and Noir, would you like to describe your characters?
So, inside is a man by the name of Line, but everyone calls him Cowboy. He's an older man, or older by the yardstick you would use in this world. He's... That funny, huh?
Forgot about Cowboy!
Yeah,
His name is Cowboy.
Yes, Lion, the
We
cowboy.
rolled for it.
if someone says
He's an-
most people call you cowboy, they're lying.
Yeah.
Most people call me the shark.
I'm sorry, please.
He's an older man by the standards of this world, so probably pushing 60. Hair really pulling back, but still thick where it's still growing. He's wearing a high collar that kind of obscures part of his face, and he has a strange armor underneath. It covers him from neck down to toes. It's a complete body armor suit, but it is not made of any synthetic material. It is a living organism, and it almost looks like a crusted lichen that covers his whole body and is a dark green. He looks a little bit tired, a little run down. Kind of looks like he hasn't shaved in perhaps 2 or 3 days, and there's kind of a beleaguered sense about him.
And at Cowboy's right hand is a woman bedecked in this kind of gold yellow armor. very nicely and finely made, fur-lined. Her face is partially obscured by a mask with gas filters on it. She sort of just stares resolutely ahead as the ship makes its descent. Isilbraid. 9 fingers. And if you were to observe close enough, indeed, on her right hand, she is missing a pinky.
Excellent. Well, Austin, you are piloting your ship in the general vicinity of this excavation site. Would you like to explain what has drawn you here, and what you're hoping to gain from this little excursion down from the Cloud Cities?
Well, it's a real case of he'll know what he's looking for when he sees it, but certainly he has suffered poor fortune recently, even among the Cloudlings who recognize some of the folly of their station. He has fallen somewhat. A former military commander, now without home or really any kind of noble standing that he once had after an accident. He is curious what this military enterprise is up to and wants to see if perhaps a stronger leader could not get involved here, if perhaps there might not be someone better suited to take control of whatever is happening at this juncture. And if it's all right, I'd like to perhaps make the first roll. As we're flying around looking, I would like to see if I could roll with my military order, which is one of my skills, to get a sense of largely first how many people are there, but also if I can get a sense of what they're up to in more specifics other than just they're organized and running around.
Certainly. All right. Well, rolling a skill, unlike certain systems, skills do not have point values associated with them in this game. They simply mean that you roll your check with advantage. So you have a skill in military, which means you're pretty good at sussing out, especially seen from above, like a military table, troop movements. I would say this is a mind check.
I would love for it to be mind check. All
perfect.
Right. So I'm going to roll 2 D100, and I'm going to try to roll underneath a 47.
Perfect.
All right. And I did, in fact, roll a 25.
Perfect. All right. You have succeeded. One important note for whenever we start rolling dice for real in this game. Double rolls are critical. However, they're only critical successes if the roll would have succeeded. Otherwise, they are critical failures, which intensifies whatever happens.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's fun. I like that part of the system. It's got a little spice of chaos. So, you have succeeded at your military check. What you can gather right now from... I assume you're sort of scoping out the area, maybe coming in for a landing at some point, finding a good zone.
Yeah, I imagine kind of circling down lower.
Right. Well, at present, most of the Cloudlings are arrayed around this wound in the earth at the base of the tower, and you can sort of see from your high vantage point that they've been clearing away rubble and debris, and underneath the tower there's this more kind of... It's got that same purplish sheen of the torture technology, and it's kind of bulbous, like it grows out from the tower under the earth, sort of stretching forward. And they've got this excavation area with a ton of debris around it. The Cloudlings themselves are currently not super engaged in the excavation themselves. It's getting maybe a little bit kind of late in the day, so they're sort of sitting around. And Cloudlings don't like to do manual labor anyway. You rather suspect that whoever's in charge of this operation has probably hired and maybe fired a lot of farmerling and like other groundling manual labor to do all the digging, because the Cloudlings are sort of not the most likely to be willing to pick up the shovel and just start moving rocks. But you do see that there is a figure who is moving around amongst the Cloudling soldiers, who they seem to be listening to pretty attentively. Somebody down there commands their respect. And this person is absolutely not a lordling. You can see that immediately. They're wearing the armor of a slightly higher ranking Cloudling officer, but they are not whoever's running the actual show. That person, you would suspect, is probably in or near the base of this facility, whatever it is, given the way that the Cloudlings are clustered around it.
Understood.
Yeah. And you also spot the courier basically beelining down for the tower.
I'm getting closer.
She'll get there eventually, I promise.
I'm gonna be there so soon.
Like ants.
In
How
a
hard
general...
they toil.
Worm.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Red, I have a question just to get
Yes.
sort of the vibe of this game. So, while Clancy, I think, is set up using the scope on his military-grade rifle to kind of just follow everything that's going on, I have my little like sunglasses, these little like pince-nez with yellow lenses that I just have like propped up on my snoot while I'm doing this. Now, I would love to take all of this in. And I think that I'm a little world weary enough that I kind of can figure out this stuff. Do I need a roll for that? Or can I just watch this? I'm like, okay, there's an important person. There's a ship coming down. It looks like this child is running with a letter. like
That is a good question.
I feel like I can just see that, but I want to know if I should be rolling for that or not.
I think that you've gauged roughly the same level of, you maybe couldn't identify that, oh, that person is the boss of the soldiers, but not necessarily the boss of the excavation. I'm not sure if you could read that, but also, you've been at the farm for longer. You've seen Lord Smokespire out and about in all his glory, so you know he's down there somewhere. I say if you want to roll and you succeed, you might figure out some other stuff, but you don't have to.
No, I'm too old to figure out more stuff. I'm sad.
Perfect.
I get what I get, and I'm
This
like, all right,
dog
I'm
is
fine.
done learning tricks.
Oh, amazing.
It's like if this courier's gonna show up. Maybe, man. I turn to Clay and be like, it seems like there is stuff happening today. Maybe today is the day where you don't find yourself in there, but you die because you're reckless and you didn't check anything.
I have to ask, who is Clay?
The first child.
Brine.
Thank you. And I turn to Brian.
You're gonna come to a bad end, Clay. It's Brine! You've been here for months!
B-R-I-N-E, right?
B-R-I-N-E. I rolled on the table.
It's like, you're still.
I
I don't have to remember your name because you're gonna die. You're gonna die.
Boy. Okay, let's
This
see.
old man's a real downer. God.
I think he's just looking out for us. Sun doesn't talk very often. She tends to not seem to be paying the most attention to her surroundings. She's got a little water bear she hangs out with, seems to talk to it more than she talks to people. Actually, I really like the opportunity to roll dice. Wally, could you give me a heart check?
A heart check. Okay.
Yes.
This is just a D10 plus my heart.
It is a D100, and you are
Okay.
trying to roll under your heart.
Okay. Here we go. My heart.
Wally,
is
look into my
54.
heart. Look into it.
That's all right, old man. Oh, not quite. I rolled an 85.
Woof, that's pretty bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
not quite.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't know what's
I'm
up with
new
Sun.
to this. I'm new to this system. Is 85 higher than 26?
Oh, I mean, who even knows? Yeah, it's impossible to say, really. Everything's relative. But yes, you don't know what's up with Sun. But yeah, Brian, you can read Brian's body language. They're basically your younger siblings at this point.
Yeah.
And Brian is like 5 minutes away from just like sneakily, quote unquote, just bolting to the nearest debris pile and trying to like. Chaos is on the horizon, but this has happened before. Honestly,
Yeah.
the Cloudlings are probably aware of your presence at this point. Like, they're obnoxious, but up until this point, they've mostly been problems for the adults on the farm, who are currently out in the field behind the farm. But the kids, they've mostly just been ignoring. So you've mostly been skating by on not enough of a nuisance to be a nuisance. But yes. I'm gonna say that, well, I can't decide what order these things happen in, so I say we should roll for them. How about a speed check from both Sophia and Austin, and actually, okay, which of you, Austin or Noir, is piloting the ship? Important question.
If it's a
Probably
speed,
yours.
my speed is not great. How is
My
Nine
speed's
Finger's
actually
speed?
pretty good, 54. So
All right,
I
if
could be-
Isobray
Oh,
wants to
then
be
I
the
would-
one who is
Yeah, I would
piloting the ship.
allow. I'd have Nine Fingers, and I would probably say something like I'd have her do the loop, and then I'd say, "All right, bring it down. Mine's the man with the gun, as well."
Yes, Lord Cowboy.
All right, perfect. So, 2 speed checks, and we'll determine who gets to get there first.
Oh god, I hope it's me. I rolled a 19, which is under my speed of 29.
That's very good.
Yay.
I rolled an 89, which doesn't go
Maybe
below
that's
my
just
highest
slightly
stat.
over.
Speediest worm in the world.
All right, Worm, you arrive at the excavation site.
Who's this package for?
A couple Cloudling soldiers look over at you, turn to the boss Cloudling, salutes them. They come over to you. This is Officer Cobble. And they look down at you a little bit concerned.
I'm so good.
You're very dusty. You're breathing very heavily. What's your business at this site?
I have a delivery for, Red. Who do I have a delivery for?
Lordling Smokespire.
I have a delivery for a lordling smokespire.
Ah, of course. Would you like to remand that into my care, or would you like to bring it to him yourself?
All packages must be delivered directly to the intended recipient in order to ensure that they arrive at their intended destination.
Very well. Follow me. And Officer Cobble will lead you towards the excavation site. There is a sort of makeshift stairway that leads down the ragged wound in the earth. You reach sort of a catwalk around the upper level. The floor of the excavation site is still about 10 feet below you, but you're at this upper level. Would you like to observe your surroundings in any sort of way?
I think Worm is always, because like her whole job is go from point A to point B, just kind of trying to get the idea of how you can move around a space. So if there's any sort of like paths that I could be observing, or like, you know, when you're at a when you have to have a fire lane, I'm thinking of tech theater, like when you have a fire lane behind a stage or something, like is there some sort of clear walkway or like route people tend to take to get through this excavation site?
Yeah, I say you don't need to roll for that. You're looking around. There's definitely the routes that have been pretty well trodden. Cobble is leading you down them pretty practicedly. Your guess is that this sort of ragged catwalk was originally maybe more of like a solid floor that has been sort of broken open so that what was underneath it could be more readily excavated. So it's not like the safest. There's not exactly handrails and banisters everywhere. But it's pretty manageable. And you would say that the catwalk you're walking on is very, very, very old and was probably buried for a while. So it's not the most stable, but it's manageable. And the surface below it looks significantly more sturdy, unweathered, like there's dirt on it, but the dirt hasn't really gotten into it. And Cobble leads you down. It's the sort of more makeshift, like planks that are sort of laying against it so you can get down from the catwalk to this odd purpley surface. And Cobble gets to, there's this sort of like camera shutter aperture that is mostly closed, but a few of the edges of the aperture have been forced open. So there's about a doorway that like a person could get through if they ducked a little bit, and you'd be fine because you're tiny. Cobble stops at the entrance and calls in, "My lord, it's here." And you hear very distantly, "Finally!" And the sound of running feet. And Lordling Smokespire emerges from whatever's down there. Lord Smokespire is a young man who, like many lordlings, wears his wealth on his sleeve. He is bedecked in jewelry with a saber on his belt. Under his cloak you can see his jewel-studded battle casing. And he is not paying attention to you at all. He is just looking directly at what is in your hands.
I have a delivery of a purple.
Yes, perfect. And he basically yanks it out of your hands if you allow him to do that.
Okay. Yep. Another happy customer.
All right, he is somewhat frantically unwrapping it, and successfully does so. Austin, I'm going to say around this time you land. So,
Excellent.
Yeah, whenever you want to start arriving, I'd say you can. It's pretty well wrapped up and like padded. Courier jobs are hard, and a lot of the time you're just sort of you're sprinting through like very dangerous terrain. Like there was a town here last year and now there's nothing, and that's always pretty alarming. So things that need to make it a long distance are pretty well wrapped up. So he's going to be at this for like a little bit, which you can tell is frustrating the hell out of him.
Worm just stands there with the most like placid blank expression on her face, like, I've got to watch this guy unwrap this package, I guess, because he didn't dismiss me in any way, and I'm just going to keep standing here.
Officer Cobble will like notice that and be like, you don't need to... Do you need to be here for the...
Do I need to be here for this? Is there like, do you guys need another delivery? Is this like a, a relay or?
Oh, that's quite unlikely. If you need food, there's a homestead on the other side of the valley that may be able to provide you with some rest or hydration or... All right. Very well then. So, Austin.
Yeah.
I'll start heading towards the homestead. I'll turn around.
As we landed...
Like, oh, this bit's very tricky. Did they sew it in here? Why would they do this?
I want the ship to be landed close so that, like, it seems like we're meant to be there. Almost, we're getting right up on top of them kind of thing. And as before we disembark, I'm going to, turn to Nine Fingers, and Cowboy will say, now remember, whoever's in charge here, we must make sure that we've gained positive attention before we have them killed. Otherwise, it will be nothing but chaos.
Understood, Lord Lion. Cowboy.
Lord Cowboy.
Very good. And then disembark. And the first thing I'm just gonna walk up like I'm supposed to be there. And
Perfect.
the first cloudling I see, I'm going to address and say, "Good sir," or "Ma'am," whichever it might be. And give a little bow. Say, "Lordling Line, here to visit upon the operation. I'm not certain that any word was sent that I would be coming, but I have heard great things of the operation that is happening here and wanted to check in on it myself. Might I meet with the commanding officer?"
Oh, how about you make me a... Ooh. This is basically an insight check. Would that, do you think, be mind or heart? Is this like a military calculated thing or like a vibe check?
I think I'm less trying to get anything from them so much as I'm just trying to impose my will and just sheer force of command and just be like, do this because you're supposed to.
Perfect. That would be heart then. That's what you use to check that's what you use to do a communications check, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense.
More games
All
should
right.
institute a vibe check.
Is this rolling with military order, or is this just a separate thing?
I'm gonna say, yeah, you can roll this with military order advantage because this is, as far as you're concerned, exactly how this is supposed to work.
Fantastic. All right. My heart is not as good as my mind, so let's see.
If it at all helps.
Oh, that is oh yeah, go on.
Nine Fingers is basically like right behind and to the right of Cowboy, just trying to seem imposing and basically trying to make herself seem as much of a bodyguard as possible, which she
Perfect.
is. So.
Yeah, of course.
I rolled all the way down at a 7.
Damn. All right. Yeah. Yeah. You can read this guy like a book. This is absolutely how this is supposed to be working. But the fact that you've heard about what they're doing here has the soldier on edge. So.
Which is just a lie, I said.
Yes. So he gives you a crisp salute, a little bit more aggressively than he probably should be, and sort of like looks a little bit anxiously down at where Smokespire is wrestling with this package, and is like, yes, of course, I will. Okay, let's go.
You may announce me.
So he kind of guides you down the same little walkway, the same sort of kind of glancing back a little bit apprehensively. It's like, and also glancing ahead more apprehensively. You get the feeling that he doesn't want to get in trouble with Smokespire for you being here, but he also doesn't want to get in trouble with you for not letting you do what you want. So
excellent.
Yes, as you approach, actually, let me...
I'm going to let him get a few steps ahead, and then I'm going to turn to Nine Fingers and say, what do you make of this? They seemed more apprehensive than I anticipated.
Perhaps they weren't anticipating that what they were doing would be leaked so easily, I suppose. But...
Indeed, it hasn't. It seems that my gamble has perhaps been a little too risky.
But I think your station makes up for it.
What else is the purpose of station? Very well. Let's go.
Okay, so as you approach, Cobble looks over, does a little bit of a double take, and immediately kind of like stiffens into very much like courtly, like this is exactly where I'm supposed to be kind of pose. but sort of keeps an eye on you. Smokespire does not even look up, but he does successfully unwrap this damn package and reveals...
Is that what you were rolling for, to see if you opened the package?
No. I was rolling for a couple things. Man, being the DM and doing secret rolls is so fun. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to say, since you're all, like, quite close, you can see that what he is holding is a large crest. Now, crests are items in this game. They are remnants from old torture technology facilities. They have symbols on them. They're activated by chalk, and they essentially work like spells. That you can cast a spell from a crest. Some people have them. Lordlings have a lot of them. This one is large, and I guess Isilbraid and Cowboy, if you want to roll a mind check to see if you have any chance of, like, recognizing what this sucker is, feel free.
Excellent. By the way, is there there's a penalty to failing a check, right?
Yes. Basically, if you fail a check, you can't attempt the same thing the same way. It's like a skill challenge. And if you were doing something a little bit more high risk, it could potentially, like you're trying to pick a lock, you break the lock, and now you need to find another way in, that sort of thing. But I think
when you make a stat check and fail, you take 1 stress.
Oh, thank you for reminding me of that. Yes.
Shit, dude.
There are all sorts of things that make you accumulate stress. But fortunately, you guys have only done things that would be failing of checks or saves. So if you failed a check or save up to now, take a stress point. But thanks for reminding me that making you guys roll isn't free.
Would I know what crests are, like, normally used for, or do I just know them in the context of, like, lordlings just collect them to show off or something?
Well, that's a good question. How long you've been working probably as a sellsword for quite some time, I would say. Most
not
likely.
As much as, like, I am full grown, so not as much as an older person would, but yeah.
Not as much as an older person, but for probably most of your adult life, because this is like your primary skill set. This is probably one of the longest intervals of time you've spent with a single lordling, because up until this summer, they very rarely had reasons to come down to Earth.
Yeah.
The disappearance of the Cloud Empress earlier in the year has caused a bit of a mass migration of Cloudlings in vast contingencies, theoretically attempting to search for her. This is allegedly what all of these Cloudlings are doing here. You probably don't think that's what these people digging up the tower are really here for, but a lot of people have been down here trying to find crests or collect chalk or otherwise just accumulate all the wealth they can under this smoke screen of we're searching for the Cloud Empress. So if you've been working as a sellsword, you've probably seen a handful of crests total. You might have seen 1 or 2 in use. You might have collected 1 or 2 at some point, but you don't have like an expert's eye for them. This is mostly just like, So if you don't want to make the check, you don't have to.
No, I'll still roll. Mind, right?
Yes.
31, which fails my 28.
Oh, that's
as I
rough,
take a
buddy.
stress.
Yeah, it's a crest. That's all you got. What do you got, Cowboy?
I'll take a shot at it too. I have
Okay.
not, but
Cool,
I will
cool.
roll. And yeah, I really have no. I don't think I have anything that's gonna help me here. But I do roll a 22, which is under my mind.
And that's a critical success.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so not only do you not take stress, you do not recognize this crest, but that tells you something, because you have been in this courtly politics game for a very long time. Crests are one of the standard ways that lordlings show off their wealth and prestige. They're all like harvested chunks of technology that they can't figure out how to use nowadays, but they can sort of make them work for them. But it's mostly about the status of the thing. They get traded around. You have seen pretty much every kind of crest known to man. You haven't seen this one before. And that makes you a little bit nervous. The edges of it are a little bit ragged. A lot of crests that you've seen are sort of well-worn. They've been passed between a lot of hands. The technology that made them is thousands and thousands of years old. So you've seen what crests normally look like. This one kind of looks like it was just recently pried out of something. So that's interesting. Great. First crit of the session, and it was a critical success. That was fun.
Nice.
Okay. So, you approach. Smokespire has this sucker in his arms and is immediately making moves to go back inside this building. Would you like to attempt to stop him?
I would. Also, I'm sorry. So, Worm. How could I forget Worm? Is Worm still around?
Yeah.
Worm would have been turning to leave right when you guys are arriving, so I probably just blundered right past you. You probably saw a blur of blue and so started running towards where I was told food was.
Yes, perfect. You also might have like some mail on your person for this farmstead anyway.
I do have a sack of farmerling mail, so statistically.
Yeah, statistically. Farmerlings are pretty spread out in the winter, so it kind of makes sense that if you were sent to this valley, you probably also picked up a few other like letters and packages for some of the people on the farm. So you're booking it over there. Okay, cowboy. It feels so funny calling somebody that unironically.
Perhaps I've earned it. I'll call out. Good sir, apologies to drop in unannounced, but we could not help but observe your operation in its splendor, and I had hoped to have a good meal with another lordling. Might you perhaps indulge? Apologies. I'm Lordling Line. And you are?
The introduction and the invitation to talk about himself has drawn his attention in a way none of the previous preamble did. You are in the presence of Lordling Smokespire of the 17th Great House, Prince of Storms and Sages, Third Bearer of the Star Crown, and Highest Lord of Dominion. Tau City is my home. Rather uncouth of you to drop in unannounced, but you've picked a perfect time. I've been waiting to see if this would work.
How old is this dude?
From your perspective, absolute whippersnapper. This guy is
I got
maybe
this guy in the
25.
bag. I'm like, look at this fish in this barrel.
You have, you've been in this game for a long time. People who still go to their, like, fourth epithet are noobs in the political scheming spectrum. This guy's accomplished nothing and everyone hates him. Amazing. Cobble is still standing there eyeing you with not open suspicion. Let me see. So you actually have like an eye to pay attention to this. So you would read that Cobble is either middle-aged or extremely tired. It's impossible to tell. And they carry themselves like someone used to giving order and reluctantly used to taking them. So they're just kind of doing their best. Also, this is around the time where everybody hears the sounds of rubble falling onto the outside of the ship and looks over to see Brian, who rolled an 81, absolutely failing to sneak down the side of the excavation site.
Uh-oh.
So Smokespire kind of looks over at that, wrinkles his nose in open disgust and says, Cobble, deal with that, will you? And goes into the ship. So Cobble is going to start heading towards Brine. Would anybody like to do anything at this point? Would you like to follow him into the ship? And
I'm definitely going to follow Smokespire, but I give a look at Nine Fingers, kind of like, you can, like, whatever you think is best, you can do here. I hire her as as someone I trust to make smart decisions.
Cool.
Yeah.
So.
If Worm was probably like passing by when Brian fell, she would go help her because us teens gotta stick together, you know. And
yeah, you saw Brian being the least subtle a person has ever been, like full crouched in a direct sunbeam of light, humming his own theme music. Like, This kid is absolutely bad at stealth. But having such a good time while doing it, and you also spot like Sun peeking out nervously from behind the rock, kind of like, oh no.
And standing right next to her, just watching with giant grin on his face, is Dragonfly.
Yep, perfect.
At this point, I think that Clancy is walking up, using his gun as a walking stick. Be like, oh, hold on. We knew this would happen. When you're trying to pick up, the remaining shrubs and foraging, you sometimes you get into places you're not supposed to. Sir, I'm so sorry. Going to pick up these children. We're not here in any sort of we're not here in any sort of capacity for what you're doing, just the way that we're intersecting. Again, so sorry. Clancy is like half bowing, either because his back hurts, but also out of extra super duper deference. to make up for how super duper terribly the sneaking was.
Right. Yeah, Cobble sort of like halts halfway in the process of like picking Brine up by like the scruff of the neck and like the seat of the pants and is like, just make sure it doesn't happen again. The Cloudling soldiers around you are being significantly less like decorous about this. There's a lot of kind of like laughter and some jeering. Brine doesn't look too happy about that situation, but you have averted potentially some squabbling.
It's the way that we need to get the wheat and the bread for the way that we need to get the wheat and the barley for the bread coalition. You gotta scrabble to the place that you're supposed to scrabble, and the scrabbling gets too much in the way, and it interfered with. Again, so sorry. Apologies. So sorry.
One of the Cloudling soldiers looks to another and is like, they have the bread coalition down here?
It's where we hold all the bread together. It's
Amazing.
important for the way the bread fits together. I could tell you more about the way that the wheat and the bread fit together, but I'll take this.
Great. Yeah,
Don't let him do that, man. He'll go on forever. Everything's cool here. Everything's chill. Brian, little man, you doing all right?
I almost had it.
Yeah, you almost did, buddy.
I think if I went around the other ridge, they wouldn't have seen me.
Maybe tomorrow. Okay, maybe we can handle that tomorrow.
No.
Brian's like nodding and mouthing like, yes, tomorrow
Never.
I'm gonna sneak in.
Yeah, Dragonfly's 2 thumbs up.
I am
day.
bear growling at the three of you at this point.
Yeah, so I assume
Yeah.
there's a certain migration towards the farmstead from that coalition, and Worm, who has just sort of fallen into step
Worm,
with
like,
the other teams.
had gone over to be like, oh, hey, you okay? And then everything had happened, and they're like, okay, so I don't need to say anything. And in the way that, like, a kid at an amusement park would just join a different family, has now just been like, I guess I'm in this group now.
I know, I'm like ushering now the 4 of these children
Like, there are more children here than there were last time. I always lose count. All right, whatever. Great.
I think
All right.
I think Nine Fingers will follow Cowboy because in her eyes there is nothing of value out here and everything of value in the ship.
Perfect. I will get the
Like the
party
crest
together
and whatever
eventually.
it is we're trying
Maybe
to
when you
take
need
from
food. Okay, great. So you follow. Smokespire has vanished down this aperture. You have to duck a little bit to get in. And there's a stairwell sort of curving down and around it. You get the feeling that, like, Smokespire, essentially the arrangement of this facility is such that you go down and immediately essentially reverse back in the way, like, you entered going north. Most of this facility is pointed south, as it were. So the stairs kind of curve down and around. I feel like that was a needlessly complicated explanation for a spiral staircase. You spit out the other side. This part, the architecture is, it's narrow, it's dark, it's kind of oppressive. There's sort of tools, just random items littered around here, but they're all of fairly recent make. You would guess that this is just part of the tools of the excavation or just extra places where they're storing backup weapons and stuff like that. You are in a long hallway. There are oval-shaped doors to either side that some of them are open, some of them are shut, some of them look like they've been shut for like 3,000 years, and you're not entirely sure what to do about that. And at the end of this hallway, you can sort of see Smokespire's cape moving as he heads that way. It seems like there's maybe some light there, and maybe things widen out further out, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to seem like there's any ulterior motive, so I'm just trying to stick close to this guy. And I'd love to get to the bottom of what's going on here, so I assume that that's straightforward and through the light.
Straightforward it is. So yes, you advance down this hallway. The sound echoes a little bit strangely in here. You're familiar enough with old technology that this is almost entirely made of materials like bone steel, which is one of the materials that the torturers used to clad their great warriors and their ships and stuff like that. And you walk down, and you reach the far end of the hallway and enter what appears to be a throne room. It is cavernous and organic. There's an ornate chair in the center that seems to be woven from these branching tubing that's grown out from the floor itself. There are table-like surfaces kind of studded at irregular intervals around it. They're all at strange tilts, sort of facing in towards the chair. And Smokespire has headed straight to an area at the far end of the room where there's a large similarly smooth, slightly slanted surface, and holding the crests in his hand, he places it on this surface, pulls a stick of chalk out of his bag, rubs it over the sigil. This is common use for activation of a crest. You're very familiar with this. If you would like to do anything, I'm not going to cutscene this, but if Smokespire is just going to activate this crest if nobody stops him, which is completely fine. There's no reason to necessarily want to do that.
I'm
not trying to lead the witness, Your Honor. I'm just.
I don't know what the rune does, or the crest does. So I think that as he's fiddling about, I will like slowly dip into getting to what the hell is this, or I'll look around and say, "This is quite the marvelous find. So close to a farmerling homestead. How did you come across this miraculous sight?"
So for the first time, from his body language, you get the slight impression that this is maybe something Smokespire does not want to brag about, which is rare. But he turns around with a big smile and says, "You can simply call it the intuition of youth. I knew greatness as soon as I spied this tower from the air, and I simply had to divert from our mission. Simply look around you. The torturers were capable of such amazing feats of technology. Things we can barely hope to match. We can't continue to live in moldering chandelier cities forever. There are things out there that could greatly empower us, empower the Empire."
I'm gonna look over at the throne that you said is in this room. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to look back at him. I'm going to say, "I see. Fascinating. What do you think of the Cloud Empress? Do you think she would enjoy such a gift being bestowed to her? I trust it will be some short time before she is found."
Completely blank. Does not register as an important thing at all. Well, I'm sure she's very happy at whatever farmerling homestead abducted her. Frankly, I think the Emperor might be more interested in what I've found. But first, we must see if it works. And he once again goes to attempt to activate the crest.
I'm really torn because this guy screams evil, but also
unlike anyone else in this room.
Nine Fingers would definitely, Nine Fingers would definitely, different kinds of people. Nine Fingers would definitely, I think, know of, like, Cowboy's philosophy, which is, like, if you just kill who's in charge, you're a conqueror. If you make them seem bad at what they do, and then kill them, you're a savior. And it's much easier to rule as the latter than the former. So he's like, I can't just walk in here and put a sword through this dude and then be like, I'm in charge now. That's good. That's a great way to have someone else slit my throat in the night.
Yeah, you counted like 24 Cloudling soldiers, and you're pretty well armored, but you're not like that well armored.
yeah.
Yeah.
I trust Nine Fingers, but like that's a lot of dudes to kill.
That's a lot of guys.
I only have 9 fingers, dude. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I will say, we might find out, but the stress mechanics become very unforgiving when combat starts. So.
Yeah,
case,
I'm definitely not trying to start a fight. I'd much rather just stab this guy in the back than start an actual fight to take over or anything. So,
right.
I think, I have no other plan. I've now I have confidently strode into the Dragon's Den, and I have no other plan. Because my whole plan was to do this in front of a bunch of people, which now he has led us away from that. So
wow, he's accidentally made his assassination extremely unprofitable. Good job, Smokespire.
Exactly.
The foolishness of youth.
Are you? Maybe I'll interrupt again, and I'll say, are you concerned about the farmerlings that are nearby? It seems that they had great interest in what you are doing here.
Oh.
It's important to keep them interested, but too much information is dangerous.
What ant hasn't looked at the stars and contemplated what they mean? He's gonna just activate the crest.
All right, yeah, I don't think I can stop him.
Yeah. So what you see is the room lights up, and the part of the wall in front of you that's sort of this concave, bulbous protrusion seems to turn to glass. Mostly what you're seeing is still dirt, but there is a small amount of region at the top that has been excavated, and you can see sunlight streaming through. So parts of the wall in front of you have become transparent. Those slightly odd tilted tables light up with an assortment of readings, fun little buttons. The throne hums. The ship, as you begin to realize that might be what this is, shakes. And there is an earthquake. Everybody, please take 1 stress point, and let's say roll strength to not fall over.
Okay.
And that's everybody in the valley.
Is that for saves? Is it like body? Or is
Oh,
this just a
yes,
check?
I'm so sorry, you're right. This is not a check, this is a save, and that would be a body save.
Okay.
Alright, I'm so bad at these. Come on.
Ooh,
I
hell
rolled
yeah.
a 44, but
What's your body?
But it's a fail because my body's
Oh
25.
no. Yeah, so you absolutely eat shit.
Not
You-
as much
like-
as I eat shit with my 84.
Wow. Okay, good work, team.
I don't
That's
know.
a-
I did critically eat shit.
That's true. That's true.
Wally,
That's
how
a
you looking?
98 for Dragonfly.
Oh my god, guys. Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me
Who
just
can
roll
eat the
for...
most shit is the real
Wow,
question.
okay, that was a 91 for Sun. Ooh, but a 19 for Brian. Swift-footed little guy, he's fine.
They needed the win.
Okay.
All right.
Um,
So here's a cascading series of events. Because I critically failed, I have to roll a panic check. And the
Oh,
thing about
boy.
sellswords is that when people see me panic, they also need to make a fear save, or you guys panic too. So that's
my
only
gosh.
if I.
Okay.
So that's only if I am panicking,
If
or I
you
make
fail,
a panic
yes.
check.
Okay. Oh, so if you make a panic check, everyone around you also needs to make a panic check?
It says when your nearby friends see you panic, they must make a fear save or panic too. But I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know
Okay.
what that means.
I think you panic if you fail the panic check. So, what we're gonna
Yeah.
do is
Oh,
you're
got
going
it.
to roll 1d10. You currently should only have 2 stress points. No, 3, because you failed the you failed the save, so that
Yeah.
adds another stress point. So if you roll a 3 or under, you are going to panic.
Or a two? Do I have 2 or?
You have 3
This
because
is just a D10, not a D100.
yes, you're rolling just a d10. And you have 3 because hold on. Because you failed a check earlier, right? Sorry.
No,
made you roll
did not. No, I
before.
did not roll.
Right, you didn't roll. I'm so sorry. You only have 2 stress. So roll 1d10.
Yeah.
And,
So okay. So if the result is greater than your current stress, I succeed. So if I roll above a 2, I'm chill.
Right. Yes,
There we go.
panic works opposite to the way everything else does. We were just talking about this.
Okay, I rolled a 9. I'm fine. But
You are fine and nobody
Okay.
else panics, but
Good.
good interesting cascade there. So, everybody in the valley feels the entire valley shake. And pretty much everybody absolutely just flat on their face. And yeah, Clancy, I'm gonna say because you crit failed and you fell, just take like, well, hold on. 1 damage.
There's a thing where if you roll under your armor, then you don't take damage, right? Is that the
That's a
rule
good
for it?
point. Yes.
Oh yeah, and I'm wearing armor.
All right, then you're rattled, but you're fine. This is not the worst thing you've ever experienced by a long shot. Okay, so basically the valley has been rocked with an earthquake, and it is continuing. There is shaking, there is shimmying. Inside the facility, you guys are fairly insulated from the effect, but you can see like dirt is cascading down the glass outside, and Smokespire is just standing in the middle of it, huge smile on his face, like staring skyward as though he can see through the walls. So this is around the time that Cobble stumbles in, and braces a hand against the wall and is like, "My lord, you have to shut it down now." And Smokespire kind of shakes himself out of it, big exaggerated sigh, picks up the crest, wipes off the chalk, and everything stops. The lights go away, the wall in front of you goes back to being opaque. And Smokespire looks down at it and says, "Well, I guess all that's left is the rest of the excavation then." And turns on his heel.
All right, he's just gonna leave us there?
Yes.
Gotcha. Oof.
You probably
okay,
need to remind him you exist if you want to.
I don't need this. I don't need this boob to know anything more about me. I know everything I need to know about him. That's my opinion on it. But I do think that Officer Cobble is interesting. So as Spokespire goes, I'm going to say 2 9 fingers, but ostensibly like loud enough for Cobble to hear as well. So it's like kind of, I'll say, there is boldness and there is recklessness. His exuberance would kill all of his men if he let it.
Certainly, especially since he knew that the excavation was not yet finished.
Cobble,
9 fingers kind of picking up what
Yeah.
Cowboy's putting down.
Cobble's head is like turned in such a way that they can hear you, and they just they kind of like they pause for a moment and then they follow after Smokespire.
Okay. Let us hope that our gambit paid off.
Yes.
I think at this point, after I totally beefed it and died and came back to life, I'm like, oh, is there all 3, 4 of you kids all right?
How are your knees, old man?
Bad, but they've always been bad. This isn't just from being. This isn't just from being old. This is just from experience and also what I was born with.
Take this medicine, old man. Take a little bit of this.
The problem is I have man knees, but bare everything else, so they don't fit. It doesn't.
Oh, it's like top heavy. You know, your little.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I awkwardly slip this medicine between his 2 fingers. Take a little bit of that. Help you relax.
His big bear claws.
Deal with all that
natural.
pain.
I intentionally drop it and stomp it out with my paw foot. Be like, all right, here. I know what I said about a perimeter. Stay behind it. I'm going to go see what's going on here. Now I'm looking at all 4 of you, and I don't know which of you is the oldest, especially because there's one more here than there was before. So, someone else is in charge. Stay here. And I want to go towards the ship. Hey, Sophia and Wally, I think you guys should come with me anyway, but that's what the airman would say.
Worm was gonna just follow you no matter what happened because I don't know who any of you are.
Dragonfly's gonna turn to the 2 younger kids. He says, "It's enough adventure for today. You guys head home. Go eat, take a bath. I'm just gonna make sure old man over here doesn't get himself into trouble, okay?"
Brian gives you a crisp salute. Sun is visibly like bouncing on her heels and kind of a little bit tense, and she sort of keeps like glancing back towards the farmstead, but maybe past it. And when you give the indication of like, you guys should get out of here, she pretty much books it.
Okay.
Yes. And Worm, which direction are you heading?
Worm?
Clancy is like gets a few feet away from us, and then all of a sudden behind him hears. I got a prop for this.
Hey!
Worm just started following along, like skipping almost. So where are we going?
I refuse to answer. I think it's easier if I just keep walking forward. And I'm like, I said what I said. You don't. If someone chooses not to do the thing you say you do, you don't acknowledge that they're not doing it. You just keep doing the thing that you're going to do.
We all know
Old
children
man
thrive on
Clancy.
attention.
Well, right
Do
here.
you guys get like a lot of earthquakes around here, or is that unusual?
Not really, man. No. Nah, this is kind of new. You see, just Dragonfly just taking the largest
Amazing.
gate, just his long, spindly legs following behind you guys.
Clancy,
Well, you
just
know what they
fully
say.
ignoring the 2 children.
Just
One of whom
padding.
down here,
Just
one of them
padding
way up there.
forward, listening
Yes.
as I'm sure you 2 are like walking around me at some point too, and I'm just like, no, you already gave a directive. You're not acknowledging them. That's not
Yes.
what you're doing.
As you approach the excavation site, you can see that of the 24 Cloudling soldiers. Pretty much every single one of them seems to be in various states of like picking themselves up and like picking each other up and dusting themselves off. A few of them look like they maybe like tumble down the side and possibly like bashed or sprained something. The energy
This
is
a
not
terrible leader.
Yes, the energy here is not great. You can see that Cobble is out and about. Cobble is kind of doing a quick like head count, making sure nobody's down for the count. And Smokespire has headed to his dropship. You get the feeling that, like, you've seen the Cloudling soldiers around. They come by the farm to, like, get food. They don't, like, sit in your tiny little dining room and eat it there because that would be undignified. But you have never seen Smokespire set foot on the farm. He always seems to basically go between his dropship and this facility. So this is pretty normal for you guys, but this is the first time you've experienced this kind of earthquake. And this is clearly the first time these soldiers have experienced it, and they are rattled, unsurprisingly. However, Clancy, you are a very experienced sellsword, and you know that rattled Cloudlings usually start throwing their weight around and potentially causing trouble for people they see as weaker than them.
No,
So you're
that's my least
extra
favorite
not
thing.
pleased. Yeah, you're extra not pleased about having two children being like, "Where are we going, boss?" So it's just kind of a rough scene.
Okay, yeah. So what? Can you explain to me where all of the hullabaloo is happening? Is it happening inside of the extraction site, or I'm having a little bit of a hard time envisioning like where the hot shit is happening.
Right. Okay. So basically, the excavation site is where all the Cloudlings are sort of picking themselves up, dusting themselves off, being, frustrated. Cobble's making sure everything's fine. Smokespire, as far as you're concerned, has retired for the evening.
Sure.
The sun has gone down pretty well. This is coming up on dinner time. You would guess that probably the thing you should check in on is the other farmerlings in the farmstead. Among other things, one of them is quite old. Silt is a very, very old woman.
Okay.
And if everybody there took a tumble, she might not be in the best shape. You get the feeling that, like, this might be, like, a good time to look at the site from further away, because right now all the Cloudlings are kind of in high alert. Cobble's not in a very forgiving mood. Cobble is usually the one who, like, serves as a buffer between the Cloudling soldiers throwing their weight around and the farmerlings just kind of existing. But Cobble is currently busy. So you're like, your hackles are rising a little bit. You're like, this is not a great scene right now. And I'm going to say, because your bear chimera status is the result of a curse, you sort of have a feel for when, like, magic has happened recently. You sort of get a slight vibe for it. There's a phenomenon in this world called the slip, which is when you experience odd little rips in reality, little ripples, things coming through. And it often is described as creating this sort of strange electric feeling. And you seem to be a little bit more sensitive to it than most. So, yeah, and Wally, you're a mage. You
Yes.
also have a bit of a feeling for that. So, like, as you're approaching the ship, it's kind of like there's, like, static electricity sort of building up in your clothes. Like, it's not a spell that's going off now, but something happened, and it's left a bit of an echo.
Clancy,
Yep.
you feeling that? You feeling that in the air? Some groovy stuff happening here, man.
Unless groovy means dangerous, ominous, and unsettling, then it's groovy indeed. And I'm gonna head back and check on the farmers in the homestead, and
Perfect.
and put all this stuff together.
Amazing. Cowboy, Iselbraid, where are you going and where are you at right now?
Great question. I think that it's clear that whatever welcome we had, like, that dude's gone. We need to stay here. But I saw the kids and I saw the courier, and a plan is starting to form in my mind. And I'm going to turn to Nine Fingers and I say, I believe that before this encounter is over, your skills will be needed. But first, I'd like to find that courier,
Oh no.
and we'll need chalk.
Yes, Lord Cowboy.
Lord Cowboy.
I guess we're exiting the ship.
Yes, so
Yeah.
you're climbing back out the way you came.
I'll lag a little bit behind. I don't even think I would have told Cowboy this, but I'm going to kind of reach in and produce a very thick wad of cloth that I'm slowly starting to unravel, and inside is the piece of chalk that my soul is bound to.
Yes.
Has it been has it been at all damaged or anything to it?
No, thankfully,
as a
because
result of it. Yeah.
Because
Okay.
it's been sheltered in the padding and presumably inside your armor. Like,
Yes.
you guard this thing more preciously than you guard some of your bones. It is fine, but the fact that I don't think you've informed Lord Cowboy that
No.
any chalk you have on your person is not available for use.
Yes.
So you probably haven't told him you have this.
Right,
Just in
exactly.
I don't think Cowboy would hire a sellsword who could die if a piece of chalk breaks. So
Yeah. This is like sellswords basically their careers are made or broken by how hard they are to kill. So I feel like Isilbraid has kind of been like, nobody can know. This
Yeah.
is for the folks at home who didn't listen to our Session 0 character creation. Noir rolled up the backstory of the last time we saw you, you were freezing to death on a mountainside, and rolled the curse. Your soul has been irrevocably entangled with a piece of chalk. Well, in this case, an item on your person, and all you had was the piece of chalk. So that's fun. That'll be exciting, maybe.
So after confirming that my lifeline is safe, I'll wrap it back up in the cloth and stow it, and I'll scurry outside following Cowboy.
Perfect. So I assume you guys are heading in the general direction of the farmstead where everything's happening.
Yeah. While we're doing
yes.
while we're doing that, I wanna. I'm sure Worm is still following around,
Yep.
and not breaking my gate at all. Say, Courier, what is your name?
I'm Worm the Third, sir.
Worm the Third. It is nice to meet you. I'm Clancy Two Shot. I have a very important question for you, Worm the Third. I need you to be concise. I need you to be clear, because this information is important not only to me, but the other people who live here at the farmstead. Do you understand?
Uh-huh.
Wonderful. What were you carrying?
One of the eyes starts to drift, looking away.
What were
Worm,
you
not a
carrying to the excavation site?
A purple box.
What was the weight
A
of the purple
silk-wrapped
box?
package.
What did it look like?
It was a silk-wrapped package that was pretty hefty in your arms. It made your normal sprinting a little bit complicated. Normally you are mostly weighed down with letters, the occasional potato. This thing was basically a rock, as far as you could tell. It was pretty hefty.
It was a pretty heavy, package. I had to carry it. It didn't quite fit in my bag and a little awkward to hold.
Did it feel different when you were carrying it? Was this like any other hefty thing that you had, or something maybe when a storm rolls in and you feel the fur stand up on the back of your neck? Is that something that might have been in that package?
I mean, it reduced my mile time by a good 2 minutes, so whatever it was heavy.
Worm is one of the most aggressively non-magical people you've ever met.
Yeah.
You seem to be one of the most aggressively non-magical people I've seen.
I like to think of myself as
What's
pretty
Worm's
magical.
mile time?
Oh,
I was doing a hot 6 minutes.
Pretty good.
Carrying shit?
Pretty good.
I'm
That's a
speedy.
pretty good sustained base.
Worm's got that
Yeah.
Ghibli run speed.
Yeah.
All right, amazing. You guys have a significant head start on Lord Cowboy and Isilbraid and getting back to the farm. And also, you live here,
Could Dragonfly sort of hang back a little bit? Like,
Oh, yeah,
this
sure.
is probably the biggest, I guess, magical thing that's happened to him, except, reaching enlightenment in the swamps. So he's going to take a couple of moments before catching up with the other two to just kind of look around. Is there some sort of way where can I commune with the cosmos, connect with the magic?
That is an interesting question. This game has a pretty unforgiving hard magic system. Generally, being a magician means that you know more spells than average and cast them more frequently than everybody else. I'm going to say you sort of... you look out over the valley. This is the most aggressively magical thing that's happened. It's not the most, I'd say, exciting thing that's happened, because a couple weeks back, there was a small Imago attack. These guys have been excavating some big old torturer tech. There's definitely a chalk-powered engine in there somewhere. The Imago are drawn to such things. you would guess that there's probably a pretty hefty supply of chalk in there somewhere, and the Imago maybe sniffed it out, or it could just be the fact that the excavation had a big dust cloud billowing out of it, and there's chalk in the soil down here. In any case, there was a bit of an Imago attack. Clancy, part of what he did was defend the farm from some stray Imago that got a little bit too close. And the Cloudling soldiers had a pretty bad night of it fending them off. So that was probably the most exciting thing that happened. You guys bunkered down and they pretty much ignored you, but they were really intent on that. And as you look around the edges of the valley, there are still a few, like, you can see like some Imago shell that hasn't been stripped of chalk, and like some legs, a couple carapaces. They didn't kill many. Adult Imagos don't go down easy, but they wounded a bunch. And you're sort of getting this feeling in the air that the thing down there is older than the Imago. And that, it's a little bit odd. You know such things exist. You've just never seen them in person before. You're pretty young. You haven't really ranged that far out of this valley before. Like, you've traveled with your family. One of the farmers in this farmerstead is one of your parents. And you've traveled with them before. So you've been a few places, but they don't go near things like this most of the time. The reason why they set up shop here last year was because the ground was really, really fertile, and it was good to set up a field that they could till as quickly as possible in the spring and get out before the century brood hatched. So, you've known that this valley is pretty rich in ambient chalk, in history. You're starting to feel like something here is waking up, and the world doesn't really know how to deal with it.
Dragonfly's gonna reach into his bag. He's gonna move over the 2 sticks of chalk, the random bugs and leaves that he has in there. He picks out a wild mushroom, pops it in his mouth, and he says, "Yeah, man, there's some magic happening in here. Time to head up."
Amazing. All right, so you head back. You're a few minutes behind Clancy, and Worm, I would assume, follows the most authoritative person in the room in the general direction of where you probably have mail to deliver.
I got a bag full of mail, and I assume that this is the only possible location I could be dropping it off to.
That is correct. Great, so you guys arrive. There are a small handful of people in this small space of buildings. Clancy, you know all these people. Worm, this is the first you've seen any of these people. So... one of them, Clancy, you probably, first thing in your head is Silt okay? The old woman, is she okay? And she's kind of sat up in a chair by the fireplace. She's very hunched. She walks with a cane. She has 2 very intricately carved horns that protrude from her forehead, very weathered with age. She's had them almost as long as she's been alive. This is one of the curses that can happen if you die. So she's pretty brittle with extreme age, and she's clearly been sat up. She rolled extremely badly. She's got a pretty hefty bruise on her forehead, and she is being tended by Jaya, one of the farm hands. You know, because you're very good at this. She's a former sellsword, so she's kind of just like doing her best with the farmer life and with not picking any fights with the Cloudlings, but it's not the easiest thing in the world. And she's got Silt up on the chair and is just sort of like making sure she's not rattled. Silt looks up when you come in and kind of gives you a nod, notices the other child behind you, raises
Hello.
an eyebrow. It's like, that's neither of the children I was expecting to come in at this point.
They're growing like weeds. I can't stop.
Just keep appearing. Brian is over in the corner talking very animatedly to Ott, who is another one of the farmers. He's a full-grown dog chimera. He's very quiet. He has a habit of making the Cloudlings nervous. And he's just kind of like trying to like reposition some things that clearly fell in the quake and nodding every time Brian says something particularly like wild about the adventure he just had of rolling really badly, falling down a hill, and then getting forcibly removed from the premises, and then falling over again.
A lot of falling.
Yes, there are 2 people who you notice are not present. Sun is nowhere to be found, and neither is Carla, the third of the adult farmerlings who lives on this farm. She's a bit mechanically minded. She mostly works on like repairing equipment. There is a shed around back where Wally and Clancy, you both know, sorry, Dragonfly and Clancy, I need to stick with a consistent naming scheme. You both know that Carla has been surreptitiously fixing up 2 ancient thopters, which are small 4-person flying machines. Because all of the farmerlings know that the Imago swarm is gonna be here soon, definitely. But the Cloudlings have made it pretty clear that you guys can't exactly leave. The dropship has a couple guns mounted on the top, and they've just been casually pointed in your general direction since they landed. Nothing's happened, but the message is pretty clear. And Dragonfly, you're one of the older teens here. You can, like, kind of pick up on the energy from the adults in the room, so you know there was a little bit of, like, okay, we need to clear the fields as quickly as possible so we stop having anything to offer these guys, and then we need to leave when they're too distracted to stop us, probably. Because nobody down here trusts a Cloudling as far as they can throw them. And right now, they're sort of on a coin flip of like, are they going to just let us leave when we don't have anything to offer them? Or are they going to kill us because we're witnessing whatever it is they're doing over there? So, like, there's kind of this energy. So Carla is probably in the back, fine-tuning the thopters, which are very carefully covered with, like, cobwebs and stuff so that everybody thinks they're decrepit and not going to work anyway. But you guys know, those are pretty solid at this point. Like they can take some weight, yeah. But you have no idea where Sun is.
Okay.
All right. Okay, you had said this before, but is Silt okay or?
Silt has kind of a big bruise on her forehead, but she seems to be all right. She's alert. She like looked up when you came in, like nodded, noticed to the new person in the house, and kind of was like, "Oh, okay, cool." But if you look at her like concerned, she'll like raise a hand and be like, "Not to worry, just a little bit of a spill. I was putting something on a higher shelf when the quake hit. Foolish of me."
I could do a medicine check whenever I arrive.
Ooh.
Would that be something I could do? Just
Yeah,
to make
good
sure?
idea. Every one of the farmerlings looks a little bit banged up. They all rolled quite badly. So everyone's like elbows and knees kind of bashed up. But yeah, if you want to make so let's see, medicine is the skill, which means you roll with advantage.
Yes.
The check associated with that is not listed. So that would either be mind or heart.
I would
Diablo.
prefer heart.
I would think that makes sense. You make heart checks when you emotionally connect or communicate, and I feel like in this form, you could
Yes.
say that medicine is that.
Okay, so this is at advantage 2d10 or 2d100?
This is at advantage 1d100. Also, just for the record, if you want to do a universe vibe check again, heart checks are what you make to intuit otherworldly forces.
Okay.
So that would have been what you would have rolled there if I didn't think you know this valley well enough to figure that anyway.
Let's do the medicine, though.
Perfect.
Perfect. That is a 33.
Amazing.
I have a heart of 54.
Great. Okay, and that's also a critical success because it's double numbers.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Amazing. So yeah, you get your medical results. Silt is more disoriented than anything. Head wounds kind of bleed a lot. So
She is safe to move, though, if we have to
Yes.
leave in the next day or two.
she is safe. She's no less safe to move than she was before.
Okay.
Thopters are kind of unforgiving modes of transport. They are small, kind of open-air, 4-person vehicles. And it's one of those things where, like, there's nowhere to sit. You kind of have to hold on. And this is something you've kind of intuited from, like, the adults in the farmstead. The question of, like, how are we going to get Silt on board has been a subject of discussion.
Okay.
In fact, you recall in this moment that you're contemplating this, Silt is the person here who knows the most about the Century Brood, because these are the Imago that hatch and swarm every 100 years. She has not seen them. She's not that old. It's very hard to be that old in the lowlands. But her grandmother saw them, and she remembers those stories. And she's been talking about it a little bit like she's wanted to see them her whole life. And if that happens, everything would really just have come full circle for her. So, like, everyone in the farmstead is like, Silt, stop making noises like you're gonna die. Please, for the love of God. But, like, Silt's been kind of making noises of, like, maybe it would be all right if you left me here a while. So, like, she's not less safe to move than she was before. But you think getting her on the Thopter in the first place is probably more a matter of, like, getting through her, like, head that you guys want her to do that. yes. So physically, she's all right. She's wound up like a spring, as they were. You kind of cast around. You can't see Carla. She's probably out and about. Jaya looks pretty much fine. She kind of knows to like tuck and roll when she takes a tumble. So she's like maybe dusty where she landed on a part of the floor that wasn't swept, but she's okay. And Ott is like a little banged up in the elbows. It looks like he was maybe out on the field when the earthquake hit, so he's kind of like dirty, but he's basically fine. Silt always has certain scrapes bandaged up. Brine. Silt is the old lady. Brine is the one who always looks kind of banged up. So he's no worse the wear than usual. Yeah, Brine is fine.
He's a young kid. He'll bounce back up.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah.
I'm gonna say to Worm. Worm the Third, deliver the mail. Jaya.
Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night nor earthquake stays this courier from the swift completion of my appointed rounds. Is there anyone in this room who I have mail for?
Just put it down. Put it down on the table. Just deliver the mail.
Yeah. You have an envelope with Jaya written on it in a sort of scrawling hand. You have a single potato with a ribbon around it, and the ribbon says Ott. And you have like a sort of complicated multi-tool looking thing that was sort of bouncing around in the bottom of your satchel that has like a little tag on it that says to Carla with love, Amethyst. And it's just, that's all you got.
I have a collection of items and letters for I think just about everyone here except for the old lady. So just divvy those out.
Silt's like, it would have been more surprising if you had mail for me. Almost everyone I know has long since gone into the Great Cycle.
And it's much, easier that way. Then you don't have to worry about whether the person with the mail delivers the mail. Deliver the mail. Give the mail to the people who need to give the mail. Jaya,
I feel
please.
like I'm being yelled at for accomplishing my job with a remarkable amount of timeliness and speed, given the remarkable earth-shattering events that have been happening all around us. The fact that I'm here in this farmhouse right now is crazy.
Jaya stands up and goes over to you and he's like, yes, thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Would you like to stay for supper? I'm sure we'll have something around.
Do we tip her? Do we have like give her an extra bowl of food, I guess, because we don't really have money.
Generally, our hospitality and safe shelter for the night is, well, I suppose it differs from courier to courier. Do you have a preferred form of compensation?
People give me hot cocoa sometimes. I don't know.
Clancy is snurfling and growling that Jaya will not pick up this thread of conversation after we are done dealing with the mail.
No. She's like,
Jaya, I have conversation that is important, relevant to the events that happened today that we need to discuss post-haste.
Oh, is post-haste a pun? Is it still about the mail somehow? Are we discussing something else? All right, I understand. She like divvies up the package. She like hands the thing off to Ott. Ott like sniffs it, puts it on a high shelf. Ribbon is still on it.
I'm gonna get that potato. It's a nice potato.
He moves it to a higher shelf, but you're taller than him, so it does not help.
Yes.
Brian has been talking this entire time, by the way. Just very animatedly explaining the great saga of how he failed a stealth check and fell down a hill.
It's not that long of a story, so he's been telling it multiple times.
He's really milking it for the details. Let's see.
I want to talk to Jaya about to move some of these events forward. I'd be like, I can say this in character certainly, but it's like it's getting to the point where it's pretty obvious. Where I think that even from being over there for a moment, seeing everyone's hackles up is like they're doing stuff there. We need to leave. It is getting to the point where those guns are not lazily, suggestively pointed at us, but it's going to happen now, and I'm not going to wait for those 100-year bugs to come out of the thing. We gotta go. Once Carla is finished, the sooner that Carla can get finished on the Thopters, the sooner we can make the moves out, because I don't want to be the ones waiting for someone to do something. I want to be the ones who do the things that it's done. That's how you have control of your destiny.
She kind of like draws you into like the corner, sort of away from the kids. She kind of assumes the kids can entertain themselves right now, which I assume is
with
correct.
the mail and the potato, of course.
Yeah, with the mail, the potatoes, the endless entertainment possibilities
Yes.
afforded by a potato with a ribbon around it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
make the potato dance. I can.
I was
my
hoping
God,
somebody
you
had the
can.
animate vegetable
I do.
spell. Oh,
Worm will pull out the
Anyways.
tiny
But yes.
chalk-powered speaker that I've got
Well,
and
you gotta
accompany
risk
that.
you gotta risk your mind and body to make this potato dance right now. You gotta put it all on the
What I live
line.
for.
you gotta automatically
Roll the
take a
dice to
stress
see if you go
point.
crazy.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so Carla kind of like draws you like out the side door that opens up onto the fields to sort of have this conversation in a little bit of private.
Yeah.
Which also lets you see Lion the Cowboy and Iselbraid sort of slowly approaching, and so whether or not that affects the way you're gonna have this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna change at all, but I'm going
Right.
like, you know, if Jaya has her back to the fancy folks walking towards us, and then I'm going to not move my face at all while I say this lower, being like, look around you. The valley shakes. A strange package has arrived, and then all of a sudden, all of the excavation continues. Everything we've been waiting for is starting to happen. We need to leave sooner, and within 2 days' time at that.
I don't disagree. But I worry. The Cloudlings are up in arms. They're not going to be ignoring us. They're going to be taking out their frustrations on us. Frankly, I'm surprised we haven't seen any already.
I think, as long as you don't move your head or your body at all, they are coming as we speak. It is not.
Oh.
We are not again to not to. It is in my experience that you don't wait for someone to do things upon you. You do things for yourself. They are going to be so involved in digging into the wound of the ground that they've created that they won't see a few farmlings getting out of the way. They'd be more than happy about it.
I thought the same thing once. But if you look at this like a military excursion, we are their food lifeline. They are keeping a hawk's eye on us, whether we like it or not. I don't disagree. We do need to leave, quickly. But I don't think we can make any moves tonight when they're still stirred up and concerned.
Tomorrow then, or the next night, and then we're out, but then we'll be out of time. Carla needs to finish this now.
I'll see what she can do. And she'll sort of nod, look back to see the approaching Cloudlings. Her face gets very carefully flat, and she knocks on the outer wall of the shed where Carla is clearly inside working, like you can hear machinery noises now. She knocks a little pattern, and the machinery noises immediately stop. There's a little bit of a rustle, and Carla emerges. She is businesslike and machine-minded, with her dark hair bound up in a wrap and an array of tools on her belt. She looks past you both, sees the cowboy and Iselbraid approaching.
Hell yeah.
Further past, sees some of the movement around the excavation site and sort of just like nods, sighs, goes to the storehouse where the food is kept and pulls out some of the dwindling supply because dinner is coming, and the Cloudlings are going to be hungry, unfortunately. So, with that conversation had, I think this is about the right time for Cowboy and Iselbraid to arrive at the farm. Feels like you've been walking for 40 minutes.
So it goes sometimes. I got them
Yes.
old knees.
Yeah. So you approach. This is a very poor homestead from your perspective. Iselbraid, you've seen worse. But Line, this is basically two shacks kind of leaning against each other, and you're like, wow, okay, cool, amazing. So there's a field. You don't really know that much about ground level farming. It looks like it's pretty bare. And you are being watched with some suspicion by a woman still standing out by the edge of the field and a man standing just inside the door who is a dog chimera. You can just tell that from a distance. He's got the ears, he's got the fuzz. Neither of them are looking particularly friendly. Neither of them seem to be putting any effort into looking friendly. But they are being wary because they don't know you. They haven't seen you before. The other Cloudlings are a known quantity. You're something else.
Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna see all of the anxiety, and I'm also gonna see. We see Clancy is standing there too, right?
Yeah, Clancy, depends on where you want to be after that.
Hail and well met, travelers. Well, we're just sitting
Well met
down to
indeed.
dinner. If there's anything we can help you with.
I should think that there is. We are visiting the site that is being excavated by the Cloudlings over there, and we hope to introduce ourselves and perhaps avail you of the same hospitality you extend to them.
Interesting.
Kind of like nods a little stiffly and sort of opens the door wider. Like, he's not particularly welcoming, but there's an order to these things, and he knows that saying no does not work.
There
in
are,
these
I'm
cases.
sure we can find some bowls that we could arrange for you if it sounds that you're dining here on the earth with the rest of us. Please come in. Please come in.
Certainly. Apologies, introductions before I do. I'm Lordling Line.
Very nice to meet you, Lordling. And you are?
9 fingers.
9 fingers. I'm sure there's a wonderful story involved with that I'm sure you will tell at dinner, and everyone will laugh and smile based on that story. Okay. Dinner.
Or
Apologies,
horrified.
before we
Just looking.
before we take for dinner, I did notice that there was a courier that had come to town. I was
Well,
looking
it's a piece
perhaps
of
to
worm.
avail myself of their services. Are they nearby?
A
I
worm?
can speak to them.
Oh, worm.
Oh, worm?
Oh, worm?
Yo, worm?
Everybody
Oh,
wants a
worm.
piece of worm.
Someone did
Could you
deliver
point me
a
in their
package.
direction?
Someone did come by with the mail and the package, but I don't know if they've stayed. They seem to have needed to go on their way, but you're welcome to look around and see if they're here.
Certainly. I think that I will, and stretch my knees. 9 fingers, and then I'm going to turn to 9 fingers, and I'm going to say, we'll need their trust. And to earn that, we'll need the cooperation of their defender. He does not trust me. Perhaps he will trust you. And I'll, just stalk off and leave 9 fingers to hopefully talk to Clancy and iron this out. The hope that, we're their... And I think perhaps 9 fingers understand, our angle is we're their best bet for these jackasses to act like less of jackasses. You know? Trade one evil out for a lesser evil, or perhaps we could even convince them that we are a good. So, I'm gonna leave, but I'm never gonna be able to convince them of that, because they all implicitly don't like me. So,
Yes.
I'm gonna leave
So
9
you're sort
fingers
of-
with that, and I'm
you're-
gonna
you're
go
like-
look for Worm.
So wait, is Worm not in the farmstead? Have I misjudged
No,
the,
worm's there.
I
I'm
think
just
they're
not
outside.
Clancy
helping.
was
I'm just
lying,
not
yeah.
being helpful.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
Clancy is so
Yeah.
Line is off on a
Yeah,
fool's
Clancy's
errand.
being
Great.
really defensive.
Yeah.
Okay, so Line is just kind of
Line
out.
is... Yeah, Line is gonna kind of remove himself so that tensions can die down.
Cool.
And
So-
hopefully, if he can find Worm. But
So you
I love
sort
this
of
because
head
it's like
out.
we're on a farm and we're sitting down to dinner, and you're wearing the most insane clothes anyone's seen of the sky colonizers, and you're like, oh, other people are coming to dinner? I guess I'm coming to dinner. And I'm like, all right. And you're like,
going to be
where's
a
the little
very
boy
awkward
who
dinner.
delivers the mail? And I'm like, all right, this is all
I
happening.
require mail delivered.
I haven't seen them. It's just Worm is just placed just out of sight behind a lamp, perfectly worm shaped.
No, yeah, you did the right thing, and I think Line is even more oh hell yeah, this dude has integrity. If he has integrity, he's probably gonna work for morals and not for pay. So
Yeah. So
Love
so you
working for
kind of
exposure, not for pay. I love that.
he's probably
Great.
gonna work because he thinks it's the right thing and not because I have to pay him. Perfect.
people
the
with
perfect
morals are the
tool.
best people to hire because you don't need to pay them. You just need to convince them that your cause is just. So
you
you
go.
leave the farmstead. You're sort of on the other side of the field.
You're just gonna stalk about.
Yeah, you get the feeling from the look that gets shot to you by Jaya that you probably stepped on a part of the field you weren't supposed to step on. You have no idea how these things work. It's all dirt. What's the difference? So the sun is setting you're in a valley. The sun sets pretty early. The sky is still pretty light, but and also there's a thick layer of cloud overhead, so all the sunlight gets pretty scattered, but you can feel things dimming. And as you sort of look down towards the tower, which is casting this massive shadow across the valley, you sort of take in the vibes. You can see some of the cloudlings starting to like get up and about. Some of them are maybe making moves to head towards the farm, maybe look for a little bit of trouble. You're sort of hoping they probably finish dinner before that, because otherwise things might get icky. Although the tactician in you does note that if you can make yourself look better than those assholes, you might win yourself some points. It's a pretty low bar that they're setting. And you sort of look south of the farm. Behind it, there's what appears to be a sort of swampy, forested area. And I'm gonna say, simply because we haven't rolled any dice in a little while, how about you roll a mind check to see if you spot anything?
Still cowboy?
Yes, still cowboy. And if you
Gotcha,
have
just
any
making sure.
relevant skills you think would be useful for sort of like, this wouldn't be a military check, but it's kind of a...
I am proficient in history. I don't know if that would help, but otherwise, probably just mind.
I want to say, like, this isn't like you would know the history of this random valley.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really apply, but good try.
Okay. Alright, let's go for a roll. Nope, that's not going to do it. 61.
Okay, yeah. You don't really get anything. You have noticed that there's some, like, Imago carcasses sort of around the edges of the valley. Some of them have been clumsily stripped for chalk. Some of them have been left where they lie. Observing the movements of the cloudlings from the air, you sort of got the feeling that a lot of them didn't really want to get too close to them, just a sort of, like, minor psychological aversion kind of thing. You could read enough of the terrain to be like, oh yeah, they had to fight these things, and they're not well pleased about it. And,
No one is.
Yes. And as you're out there, you do notice the cloudlings sort of approaching, and you also notice emerging from the tree line, quite small child, bright yellow hair, sort of cut to the shoulder, and she sees you and like freezes and then scurries inside through the side door. That was Sun. You wouldn't have known, but...
Can I'd actually like to try something. When Sun sees me, I think that I've come out... There's like plants and stuff. I'm in a field, right?
Yeah, it's mostly bare. You're kind of in the part of the field that has mostly been stripped of its crop, but there's some plants still around you, and there's kind of high grasses beyond the borders of the field. So yeah, you can be in plants if you want.
I have a wicker cage of hummingbees, which I have to assume are a cross between hummingbirds and bees.
I would assume so, yes. That sounds fair.
Thus, I assume they're pollinators. So I'm going to produce those from my pack and like open the cage to let them like go out and pollinate before they come back to their little colony, their hive. And I assume it would just be like a heart check, like trying to connect. But as this, I'm sorry, is Sun a boy or a girl?
Sun is a girl.
Gotcha. As I see this little girl run past, I'm gonna try to be like, he would say something like, "Don't be afraid. They don't sting. Neither do I. They're in fact quite friendly." And I'll like kind of put one up on my hand and kind of like give it a toss so it can like kind of buzz through the air towards her.
That's very cute. I'd say make that heart check at advantage.
Ooh, thank you. All right, here we go.
Cute.
Oof. Nope, neither of those are gonna quite do it. 43 and 49 are not gonna quite beat it.
What is your heart?
My heart is 32.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that's not fantastic.
I'll mark a stress for that.
Yeah, so she was kind of like, she went kind of deer in the headlights when she saw you, but as you sort of like unbuckled this thing and were like, don't be afraid, they're quite harmless, you can sort of see her, like, she doesn't necessarily trust you, but she does like that these things are here. She probably hasn't seen, these are pollinators that aren't from this area, so it is a little bit of introducing an invasive species, but like she's never seen them before and she's kind of tickled by them.
And Austin would never, but Line,
of course,
he doesn't
Line
care.
doesn't give a shit. All these groundling peasants are the same. How different can their environments really be?
They got bugs, man.
They got dirt, plants, bugs. That's the only three things we need. Yeah, so she, like, one of the hummingbees kind of like buzzes past her cheek and sort of tickles a little bit, and she giggles very slightly in spite of herself. And then she looks back to the forest, and then she looks back at you, and then she darts into the building. And the people inside who are sitting down for dinner, Sun has just come in through the side door and is very quietly getting her bowl in a, it's fine, this is no, I was just out and about doing shenanigans. Brian does them all the time, this isn't weird, kind of way. She's a kid, her body language is unsubtle.
I will say the moment that Line sort of leaves the vicinity, Clancy sees Nine Fingers just kind of like slouch her shoulders a bit and relax and kind of go, apologies, but there's a certain amount of decorum that has to be maintained whenever I'm on the job. I'm sure you understand.
The rules of the job is the rules of the job dictate how you act and also how you get paid. I certainly understand. I'm not sure where you picked up such an occupation for you to follow this around, but you know, good on ya, I guess.
I'm not sure either, but boy does it pay well, so I'm happy to maintain appearances.
Well,
What of you?
you know, keeping the wheat safe from the Imago, keeping the people safe from the Imago as much as you can do. You know, it's one thing for a Sky Lordling to walk in here and say they're having dinner with us, but I'd like to follow up with a question for you. Do you have information? Can you tell me what interesting things have been going on here today? Before I can let you in to have our beautiful soups and stews and breads.
Honestly, your speculation is as good as mine. There are things that I have seen but cannot comprehend nor convey. All I know is that whatever package that courier had delivered to Lord Smokespire it's important to this place, and I'll say in no uncertain terms it brought on the events that I believe rattled all of you here today.
And what is in the package?
I assume you're familiar with the crest?
You've lived a long time. You're familiar with crests. You don't necessarily have any, but you may have had some in the past.
You take the thing and you rub the chalk on it and it does the stuff, of course.
You've more or less explained what happened here. That crest and that tower are linked somehow. How Smokespire knew that, how he got his hands on the crest, I don't know. Now, may I come in? I am hungry.
Jaya's holding like a bowl kind of behind you, like staring with mild suspicion, but as soon as you slouched into the body language, she was like, oh, okay, yeah, I've been exactly where this person is.
It's certainly time to eat. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Clancy moves out of the way of the doorway. Yay! It's a Ghibli eating montage. All the food looks so good. Look, there's some stew.
Can you describe in exquisite
looks
detail the cooking procedure that's being done, and then like how everything is presented?
What do you think this is? Dungeon Meshi? Make your own description.
There's some stew, and then a tomato is cut, and look, there's some cheese.
Damn, can't believe I'm missing the new Dungeon Meshi right now.
That bacon sizzle.
Is a good one this week. So this is a farm homestead, and pretty much everything that's being eaten right now is the result of a dwindling supply of a crop that was supposed to be able to feed 6 or 7 people pretty solidly, but has instead been feeding 24 people for several weeks or even months. So sadly, this Ghibli food montage is a little bit bare. I mean, Ghibli food montage can make a single fried egg on a piece of toast look like the best meal you've ever had. So like, it still looks great, but it's a lot of like thin stews and like thin barley gruels and like using the last of the dried meats from the winter and stuff like that. There's a wide array of fungi that can be used as supplementary rations. And Iselbraid, you would know for a fact that Cloudlings always have a pretty hefty supply of like food spores on them. So the guys who are parked outside definitely have enough food. They're just not eating it until they absolutely have to. And this is probably the first like non-spore food you've had in a hot minute, so it's pretty good. And they make pretty good use of like beef spores, which is like the emergency food ration that kind of tastes like beef. And that's in
Gotcha.
the soup, and it's doing a pretty good job.
I think I will still take a smaller portion than what has been given out, just because I kind of see the situation that's going on here. So
That gets noticed and appreciated. Let's see. So the head
I'm
count
gonna take
that's
the opposite approach. I have 2 pounds of cheese.
Skyrim it up, boy.
And the cheese looks
I have
so
a 2
good.
pound wedge of cheese.
There on Twitter, someone took a screenshot of Lord Cowboy eating cheese and be like, me later tonight.
Fan art desk Monday.
I'm going to, like, I think there's no way to not be a little condescending about bringing a huge piece of, like, good food to a meal, but also I feel like it's still benevolent to do, so he's going, Cowboy, how it will be received is, we'll see, but Cowboy is definitely going to offer that into the meal to be divided up among everyone.
Great. So
Hey,
Cowboy
man,
has re-entered
cheese.
the farmstead.
Yeah, well, I
bringing
assumed if we were
gifts.
having dinner, then
Yes.
I
figure Lion doesn't want to be
in.
like out sadly nibbling on cheese in the farm while everyone else in this warm lit cottage core building is just vibing.
No, it's important they see him as human.
Perfect. So yes, Lion. I think you
He's
can
not.
also like see the Cloudlings like approaching. And they're not making their way straight over. There's a certain amount of like rabbling and like these are people. Most of these people are like low-ranking lords from other houses for whom this is just a step in the corporate ladder. So none of them are like, I need to do a good job being a soldier. They're all like, this is just a temporary setback on my journey to being the coolest and bestest Cloudling. So like none of these guys take orders great, and none of them are liable. All of them are kind of the main character in their heads. So you know they're not going to beeline here for food. But you estimate you've got like 10, 15 minutes before they crash the party and start being problems. But it's in your best interests to win these people over before or during that happening. So, enter the farmstead. There's a slight cooling of the room. Isilbraid, I assume you perhaps straighten back up just a little bit.
a little bit, yeah.
But there's still a certain aura of like casualness, and Silt at least invites you in fairly warmly. You get the feeling that she's kind of seen it all and is kind of like, whatever. So he's wearing some kind of freaky eyeball armor. That's fine. I've seen weirder. Come on in, young man. Partake. This is
a long time since I've been called young man.
Oh, well, you know, these things are relative. Why, my grandmother used to say, and she gets cut off by Jaya. Yes, you are served some okay food. Now, there are
Damn
actually
dog,
rules.
fuck.
The cheese helps. There's some bread, and bread and cheese is a winning combo. However, there are rules for taking rest, which I was not expecting to happen, frankly, which is an oversight on my part. Let me just find the correct page. When resting at a safe location, you lose 2 additional stress whenever you sleep, share hard filter, engage in conversation, eat a tasty meal, spend a tranquil hour in nature, bone down. I assume nobody's doing that at the dinner table, but I had to list it because it's in the list.
You skipped over it, and I was like, want me to
Boning
go back to that
down,
one?
made it? Damn.
Specifically,
yes.
it says have good sex on my player's aid
It
card.
does.
At least
Yes,
it
that's also what it
specifies.
says.
So in
Which
my
implies that bad sex would indeed not recover 2 stress.
Well, I'm giving you guys the out that you guys are enjoying a pretty good meal.
in my
and the cheese
rules
is
Okay.
helping.
it says
Sure.
doing the nasty. Does that count?
Slam down big style.
Mine says horizontal hokey pokey.
It's like every style.
Mine says bump uglies. Does that still count? Am I allowed to do that?
Amazing. Okay, well, anyone who's accumulated stress because I was making everybody roll too many checks, you now have 2 fewer stress.
Hell yeah.
Thank
Hell
you.
yeah.
Oh boy.
I'll ask generally to the table. So, how long has this lordling smoke spire been excavating on your farm?
There's a slight cooling again. but in kind of a commiserating feeling, not like they're shutting you down. It's more like, ugh,
Yeah.
that guy. So
Gotta rip the band-aid off if we're gonna fix the wound. Come on.
yeah. Carla is pretty quiet still. She's still gauging you. Like, you don't know about the Thopters, but, like, she doesn't know how much you know, and how much you might be spying for them. So she's very quiet. But Ott speaks up for the first time and says, "They arrived right after the snow melt. We were supposed to be harvesting the last of the crops by now, but we've been having to burn through our supplies just to keep them all fed for months."
I'll nod and say, they seem to have quite a lot of work ahead of them. Are they not concerned about the century swarm?
I don't think they're concerned with anything. Ott is clearly getting a little bit heated. Jaya puts a hand on his shoulder. What we mean
Perhaps
is,
they should be.
I have observed that, no disrespect, your lordship, Cloudlings find the threat of the Imago often a bare hypothetical at best. Many have not even seen them, except as distant swarms from far above. In the breadbasket, the story is quite different, and we have all faced them once or twice. But the magnitude of the century swarm is beyond even us. Only Silt has heard the stories, and Silt kind of pipes up. Yes, I was told my grandmother saw them when she was a little girl, blackening the sky, horizon to horizon. But they were good. They tended the land. They did not betray it, as their ancestors had. And when they emerged, the swarm was gone. And so we will weather the storm as best we can. And there's a slight, like tension in Ott and Jaya, who are like, well, hopefully we'll be far away from there by the time the swarm arrives, grandmother. It's like, oh, well, my joints aren't what they used to be. And I've always wanted to see.
I must be mistaken then. I thought the exchange was that Smokespire would offer his services and his men to protect the homestead against the Imago.
Ha! That is
Yeah.
the loudest noise you've heard.
Every
Ott
single
make.
farmling just laughs.
Yeah. Oh, Smokespire would prefer it if we weren't here, if his men didn't have to eat.
Well, it seems like a rather wasteful use of resources, in my opinion at least.
Well, we don't have
It's
enough
not like we got a
time.
choice, man.
We don't have enough time necessarily to think about what should or should not be. We are too busy being, and I'm saying my bare snout fully in this soup.
In the soup, just in the sauce. Yes, well, it's a challenging life, and we take it as we come, but Smokespire is unexpected, certainly. We knew the Cloudlings were descending in great numbers, but we had no idea this valley would be so important to them. As far as we know, the Cloud Empress would be nowhere near here.
As far as anyone knows, the Cloud Empress is nowhere. It's concerning indeed. Without her, it threatens all to come apart at the seams, and men like Lord Smokespire stand to attempt to gain a lot and destroy even more in the process.
I don't know, man. What makes you any different, though?
When did I say
I
that
love
I
this
was?
13-year-old, like, nah, dog.
I'm just gonna say the quiet
I'm
part
not
out
trading
loud.
out one oppressor for another.
I just
yeah.
like it because it's...
Look,
it's,
man, like this everything's chill until it isn't, you know. And I don't know if you felt it earlier today, and I'm not talking about the earthquake, you know. I'm talking about that magic, you know, that little moment of magic coming out from that excavation site. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it was, but like something's about to happen.
I'm gonna say anybody who wants to can make a mind check, but nobody has to because that does accumulate stress points.
I'm not going to, but I am going to say, you see,
Actually, sorry, heart check. It will be a heart check.
I'm going to,
Ooh. I'll make
to
this.
pass, but I am going to say, you see, your lordship, look into it. There's magic in the bottom. You could go look at that and see what's happening there with the magic.
Yes, all the more concerning about how they are not concerned with the oncoming swarm. Their great prize is going to be ripped out from underneath them, all of the people working on it along with it. Lord Smokespire desires, it seems, to be a sad little king on a lonely little hill.
What is to happen to him and his Cloudling soldiers when they have yet to finish their excavation and the Sentry Brood comes? And I'm saying this just loud enough for maybe the other Cloudling soldiers to hear.
Oh, yes, as they're approaching from the outside. I think, you notice, like, Jaya and Ott kind of, like, share a glance, and Carla pointedly does not look at them, but the general vibe is, like, they don't care what happens to the Cloudlings when the Sentry Brood gets here. They're hoping to be far away from here by the time that happens. And honestly, like, the darkest thought that they might have is that what if the Cloudlings are planning to kill us as soon as the farm runs dry? How fast do we have to leave? So, like, they don't think they're gonna be here to see that one way or another. But Brian, who has had his mouth full this entire time, finally swallows and pipes up. I hope they eat him. I hope Prince Bug comes and eats him. I think that would be really cool.
Well, if we're talking about fruitful uses of resources, I think you're right. The Imago win over Smokespire.
Silt nods and says, well, the Imago always win. Such is the order of things. Did you want to make that heart check? I forgot.
I did. I rolled 51, which is below my 54 heart.
Oh, wow.
Very nice. Then you notice Sun react twice. Once when I made you make that save. I can't remember exactly what was happening. Sorry. Man, so many things are happening. And once when Silt brings up the Imago always winning. Sun is a pretty disconnected person from her surroundings most of the time. She tends to be reacting to things that aren't there. You would know. You kind of have the vibe for this. Sun is also, like you, a latent magician. You don't happen to know if she knows any spells at this point, but you do know that ever since the Cloud Empress was taken, Farmerlings have gotten very quiet about daughters displaying magical talent. So this is just something that isn't spoken of. But you know that Sun is a little magic baby. And you also know that Sun has been weirdly skittish for the last couple weeks. And it seems like she's tensing up when discussions of leaving or discussions of the Imago in general come up. And that's that on that. It wasn't a tremendously good roll, but it was good. It was good enough. And really, that's all that matters. Great. And I would say around this time, the door slams open and the brigade has arrived. It's not all 24 of them, but it's about half of them. They are...
Someone call that 1 dozen.
Yeah. You would call that 1 dozen. 2 half dozens, perhaps. A baker's dozen minus 1. It is a whole gaggle of Cloudlings, and they are loud, and they immediately crowd in and cry for, like, bring out the bread. It's been a long day, and we're all very hungry. Is this what passes for stew in this place? I've had better from the bats at home. That kind of... It's just bad. It's bad. There's not enough room in this building for all of you. And this has kind of been the standard MO. Most of you guys get sort of elbowed out by the Cloudlings. When this happens normally, day to day, the Farmerlings basically get like 5 minutes to eat. And then as soon as they can smell food, they all just like descend like a swarm of Imago themselves. So there's now about a dozen loud, rowdy, and clearly like anxious but hiding it soldiers in varying states of slightly scuffed up from having taken tumbles earlier today. Cobble is not here, so these are just guys out and about on the town being problems.
Gotcha. These guys are other Cloudlings, right?
Correct.
Like, yeah.
Yes, they're all wearing the Cloudling armored uniform. It's all roughly matching. Like, this is probably Smokespire's, like, entire platoon of guards back home. Like, no Cloudling is really wealthy enough to have more than this many guards in general, even the ones that are doing very well. And all Cloudlings are nobles and lords of some house or another, whether or not that house has held any power in generations. So every single one of these guys is like a princeling or a princess or like a duke or duchess or something like that. And they would all rattle off their titles if you asked them, but please don't because I haven't written them down. But yes, these guys all think they are so much better than everything that's happening here. And probably a good chunk of them are also scheming to find some way to backstab Smokespire. But more importantly, right now they are being an absolute menace. Tables get shoved around, chairs get relocated or knocked over. Ott very carefully, like, positions himself around Silt so that she doesn't get, like, yeeted again, that kind of thing.
Can I quickly scoop up Sun and push, like, and move Brian just out of the way in case?
Yeah, absolutely. Sun does not resist. This is not the first time you've had to scoop her. Yeah, she's just clinging her little bowl to her.
And then I'll go hide behind Clancy with the two of them.
Brine is pissed. Like, you've seen Brine cranky.
Yeah.
Brine has had a bad day. Brine gets... As you're, like, kind of scooping him up to move him towards the door, one of the Cloudlings moves carelessly, and Brine gets elbowed in the face. And immediately is like full Donald Duck rage, like, let me at him. Yes.
Is there a way for me to just... I don't know. I'm a skinny little wizard. There's not much I can do here. I'm going to turn to the only other adult that I trust in terms of violence. And, hey, man, Clancy, like, these guys, I can't keep doing this with them around.
Well, unfortunately, for the time being, this is what we have to do. It's just the way that things fit together. It's just the way that things fit together right now.
There are 2 or 3 Cloudlings that are currently laughing at Brine's attempt to, like, punch one of them in the upper thigh, which is fully armored. So, like, they're not feeling anything. But Brine is basically having just a little bit of a tantrum, just a little one. He hasn't had one in days. He's not indulged in a while. Ott kind of, like, takes him by the scruff and attempts to herd him out the back door so he can, like, unwind further out.
As this happens and I hear Clancy say that, I am going to appear behind the person who hit Brine, and I'm going to put a hand firmly on their shoulder and kind of turn them to look at me, and I will say to them, respect is given when respect is earned. Are you a Cloudling? Or are you a brute? Apologize to the lad.
Fun. I'm gonna say, roll.
I hope you guys
this
fight.
Is probably...
That would be cool. I hope you guys come to blows.
You'd be happy if we all killed each other.
That'd be so
Wow.
cool if you guys all
Less an
died.
old man.
Okay. All right.
It's not a one-shot if Austin's PC doesn't
This is
die.
not invoking military. This is invoking basic human decency. A much harder
that be
sell with
etiquette?
this crowd. Etiquette, potentially, yes. Although
I
I
am
will
proficient
say...
in etiquette.
That's true. However, Cloudlings generally only apply etiquette to other Cloudlings.
Well, that's true, but I'm trying to say, are you, like, my point, the thing he's trying to make is, like, are you a Cloudling? Then you act like a Cloudling. Like, show the decorum. Otherwise, and the implicit thing is, otherwise you're no better than them, right? Lion still
good.
thinks he's better than all
Of
these people. He
course,
just
of
thinks they
course.
should be treated with respect.
Cool. All right. Bit of a
So
spicy
he's like,
take
that's
in the
wrong to
Cloudling
disrespect
community.
them. Yeah, well, it
I
is,
like
but
it.
yeah. He's
Okay,
like, it's wrong to disrespect them. We should have floating cities above them, obviously.
Obviously.
But
Okay.
be nice to them. They
So
are
this is an
basically our
attempt
subjects.
to communicate. So this would be a heart
Be
check.
heart? Okay.
However, because you are proficient in etiquette, I would say that you do get to roll this at advantage.
All right, here we go. So I got
Well, yeah.
What?
No,
Whatever
no,
you
that's
think,
good.
up to you. Mm-hmm. Okay. I will roll, being, this is a cat going crazy.
She just walked
Think
in
you
and
okay,
started
dude?
screaming. I don't know what's up.
This
She's
cat
staring
needs to
at
know
me.
if I beat a 32 heart
The
check.
cat wants attention.
All right, that's a 98.
He's gonna do it. To
That's
Oh,
not good.
it's so close. It's a 39. I needed to beat a 32.
That is rough. Yeah, the cloudling
I'll mark
whose
a-
shoulder
mark a
you have
stress.
taken, looks at your hand, looks at you, sneers, which is how you know he's a good guy, and says, "We don't show etiquette to the food on the table either." And he is going to attempt
That's
to punch
that's
you.
really good.
Yay,
Thank you.
That's really good.
Fight,
Yay!
fight.
But I'd say before we engage in violence, I think we should take a little bit of a break. It has been 2 hours.
Yeah.
Great, yes.
Rolling with difficulty.
Hey, Sophia here. Excited to talk to you about another really cool actual play podcast that we're friends with and that I'd love for you guys to go and check out. Join the Party. Join the Party features tangible worlds, genre-pushing storytelling, and collaborators who make each other laugh each week. Dungeon Master Eric and the emphatic players Amanda, Brandon, and Julia welcome everyone to the table, from longtime TTRPG players to folks who have never touched a role-playing game before. They've got a story for everyone. Hop into their current campaign, a pirate story set in a world of plant and bug folk, or marathon their completed stories with Camp Pain, a Monster of the Week game set in a weird summer camp, Campaign 2, a modern superhero game, and Campaign 1 for a high fantasy story. On top of all that fantastic storytelling, once a month they release The After Party, where they answer your questions about the show and how they play the game. If you enjoy our Q&As or Patreon Hangouts, this is another great way for you to get that behind-the-scenes scoop from some other TTRPG players in the space. So what are you waiting for? Pull up a chair and join the party! Search for Join the Party in your podcasting app or go to jointhepartypod.com. You can also find links to all that and their socials in the show notes below, and be sure to give them a lot of love and check out Join the Party.
Rolling with difficulty.
And welcome back. When we left our heroes, we were about to embark on a round of violence. A fun part of the game mechanics that the game absolutely punishes you for using.
Can't wait.
I felt like it would be disingenuous if we didn't use it. Okay, now we're gonna. So the way that violence works, they don't even call it combat. They really make you feel the guilt. It's broken into 10-second rounds. When violence breaks out, determine if either PCs or enemy combatants would act first based on the situation. In many cases, PCs and enemy combatants act at the same time. This is a pretty big and complicated scrum, but I'm going to say that not everybody is immediately as down to clown as this guy who you just failed to convince, who is going to attempt to punch you. But so he goes first, and then all of you guys get to go.
You know what's cool about this is
Awesome.
that you take stress when someone draws their weapon on you.
Yes.
So just if someone rearing back to punch you, you take stress.
I think that is indeed how it works. Unarmed is technically one of the weapon types. So, let me just find...
Jesus, yeah, when you draw your own weapon, you take stress.
Yeah, I told
Yeah.
you. I hope you guys enjoyed getting that -2 stress from the nice meal you
Time
shared.
to
Oh, yeah.
gain it all back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we bumped uglies so that we'd be able to fight later.
Oh,
Yeah, we had a nice little quickie on the dining table. Okay.
Okay.
So... Oh. He misses you.
Is that a thing that can happen? I thought attacks usually hit. Most
Yes, but it's difficult if you're trying to avoid hitting an ally, and this room is pretty crowded with people.
Okay.
But that is a good point.
Gotcha.
You're very right. Most attacks hit. However, point of order, these guys are grunts. They have so NPCs in this game don't have full stat blocks. They have a single stat called instinct. And for these guys, it is not high. So, there's just a bunch of them. So yes, one of them attempts to punch you and fails. Not critically though, so it's not comedic. They're just clearly like, you've sort of allied yourself with people they don't consider to be people, and they're being real bitches about it. So now...
Tends to happen.
Yes, indeed. So now it is all of you guys' turn, which is much less confusing than rolling for initiative, I guess.
Sure.
Yes, nobody has to
we
participate.
hate when there's a dictated order of events.
Yeah, right? So I will lay out actions you can take because you do not have to immediately start swanging or throwing punches or whatever. You can take as many as 2 actions in a round, but if you take 2 actions, one of them must be movement. One action is movement. You can also attack a target, grapple an opponent, cast a spell, use a crest, reload a weapon, or open a door. Those are all the listed possible actions, although I'm sure we could homebrew something if you guys think of something that isn't on that list.
They're examples of actions. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah.
How does the game feel about closing doors?
I would assume that takes the same amount of time as opening one for the most part.
I should have said that.
Yeah. Yes, so how about we just go down in call order. So Austin, you would go first as the subject of attempting to be punched.
Well, I'm going to say that I'm going to try to talk to them again, so I'm going to let other stuff resolve, because I'm trying to be the voice of reason, so if other people want to go off and do crazy shit, then I'm fine with that and then stepping in. So I'm actually going to I'm going to pass my initiative, so to speak.
Sure, although I will say that your living armor under your cloak, under this guy's hand, does react slightly to the fact that things are happening and sort of bristles out a little bit, like pissed off Ghibli character hairstyle. So that's fun.
I love it when it does that.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything specific. All right, Eric, what would Clancy Two Shots like to do in this situation?
Oh, man.
Take 2 shots.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, am I pulling out my gun already?
These are 2 parties you don't really want here anyway, so you could just let them duke it out amongst
That
themselves.
is true.
Yeah. Oh, man.
If you're
All right,
reading
well,
the room,
here's a fun
nobody
thing
has...
I'm
Oh.
guesting on your podcast, so I'm like, I can do one of 2 things. I could sit there, or I could shoot a bunch of dudes I really want to shoot.
Okay, I will present a few alternatives if you don't want to immediately start shooting dudes. Although you can if you want to. I would never deprive the guest of freedom of choice. So currently, this is a very enclosed space, and it is full of an absolute fuck ton of people. Many of whom are people you do not want to get caught in crossfire, which does mean that if you were shooting somebody at point blank range, you would be rolling with some difficulty, as it were. God damn, that snuck
we
up
did
on
it.
me. I wasn't even doing that
We're
one on
there.
purpose. Title drop.
Roll credits.
But it would be challenging. You'd be rolling in a challenging manner. But you could, for instance, open the door and attempt to shoo out some of the people who were already sort of attempting to huddle up in the corners, get the kids out of the way. You could try and grab Brian and move him out of close combat with some of these guys if you so desired.
No, that kid needs to be punched.
No,
That's what
Brian is
happens
my boy.
when you try to sneak in somewhere and then you talk about it constantly.
Kids gotta learn one of these days.
I think I will. I think I want to clear space. It's like if we're going to tussle, I think that I want to push chair. I want to push like chairs. 'Cause, you know, when a fight starts, it's starting. So it's like I want to get all of our furniture out of the way so no one breaks our stuff.
Great.
And also, you know, keep as many children who don't kind of sort of deserve it, and old ladies I think deserve to be protected as well.
Amazing. So I feel like you probably like move the entire table, like rotate it around.
Yeah, I'm like just using my whole mass to push back as much furniture and people who deserve to be protected as possible. Yeah.
Okay, great. Are you trying to like hem in the people you want to protect and like shield them, or do you want to give them like an exit route to the door or something like that? Just a minor
Well, I
consideration.
think they have an exit. I think they have an exit route too. I think I'm creating space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. So you take basically the table that takes up most of the middle of the room and kind of shove it to one side, so there's a little bit more freedom of movement.
Yeah,
this
it's like if we're I would be like if we're done with dinner and we're gonna start tussling, then we better move the stuff that we need to out of the way.
Cloudling's like, done with dinner? We haven't even eaten yet. It's just the tension has not ramped down, as it were. But that would be, yeah, if you want to do that as your action. You could also move, but I think that's probably kind of bundled into the shifting.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Isilbraid.
Yeah, I'm throwing down.
Yay!
This fucking Cloudling attacked my guy.
Perfect. As a
that's well-
bodyguard. should
Hire
do.
a cell
I
sword
pay you to
for
take
that-
stress
for
for
this.
me, so I don't
Exactly, yeah.
Yes.
I was
That is a
gonna
good
ask,
point.
is there any way to interpose myself to like take the blow for?
I'm going to
But
say that you can absolutely basically move into close quarters with the person that just attempted to throw down with your boss.
Yeah.
And
All right,
Austin,
yeah.
since
So
you didn't move, if you want to like move out of the way for that, I'd allow that for free, basically.
Yeah, I'd
Movement
love to
to-
not be standing where a sword is about to be.
Perfect. So you've
well,
moved.
I'm not gonna necessarily like attack with my sword. I think what I want to do is grapple the Cloudling and get him to like kneel and then put like my sword to the throat, like trying to end this fight as quickly as possible. So like I
Perfect.
guess officially it would be grappling him, but flavor-wise, I am taking my sword out and putting it to his throat threateningly.
Okay. Awesome. Let's see if this
What
is
do I do for
something you should just
grappling?
automatically. Yeah, it does say grapple a target, but then it does not explain how do. Let me just see. You're not unarmed. Your target does not presently have a melee weapon, and you are not trying to avoid hitting a nearby ally because you kind of already got him behind you. And that's all the rules they have. So I think you automatically get this guy in like
Sure.
like a little bit of a lock. He's not necessarily like drunk, but you do suspect that some of the stuff that the Cloudlings brought down from the Cloud Cities is probably wine, and he might be a little bit sloshed. Hence why he thought it was smart to punch somebody who is clearly a higher-ranking lordling than he was. So you don't have a ton of difficulty basically snapping him into like a little lock with your sword at his throat. However, because you have drawn a weapon, everybody in the room takes a point of stress.
Don't I also take stress because I also brandished
Yes.
my weapon?
You take stress because you brandished your weapon.
But yeah,
Everybody in the room.
I'll get him to the ground and I'll say, mind the space you occupy, or I will cull that which you cannot control.
Whew. Noise.
That's
Cool.
badass.
Amazing. All right, the round continues. And that's Worm. What are you doing?
I'm eating some gruel, you know? I imagine that Worm, because I'm an outsider in the situation, probably just didn't move from the table, and so everyone's been squeezing in around me, and I'm like all scrunched up with my bowl, just slurping. I don't really have a strong dog in this fight, so to speak. If anyone punches me, I'll get involved then.
Okay, amazing. Wally, what are you at?
So, Dragonfly is going to turn to Sun. He's going to look her in the eye, says, don't do anything, okay? Just go and hide. We're going to talk later, okay? Then, I'm going to stick my hand in, what's your character's name again?
Worm?
Worm's bowl, pull out a carrot. I will reach up on the highest shelf, grab the potato,
Hell yeah.
and
Chomps potato.
and then I will look for one other piece of vegetable, pull out a stick of chalk, put it into my mouth.
There's like a really
Tip.
old celery thing that's like at the back of the shelf that you just kind of grab while grabbing the potato.
Yeah,
Ott has hidden vegetables up here before.
In 2 bites, ingest this stick of chalk, and I will cast animate vegetables.
Amazing. All right.
My God.
Because you have cast a spell, you take a point of stress, and other things happen when you cast a spell.
Trying to stop this fight, and there's like
I have to- okay.
potatoes over
so
in the corner.
you've cast a spell. You used at least one stick of chalk. You've recited the words of the spell. You take 1 stress, and now you must make a heart check.
Okay. Because I have spellcasting as a skill, I do this at advantage, correct?
That would make sense. Yes, I think this is the only time you roll in the context of spellcasting,
Okay. 21.
and that is a success.
Yes, I'll have a
Good.
heart of 54.
Great. Okay, you do not critically succeed, but you do succeed. So the spell is cast. Would you like to read what it does?
Yes. Animate vegetables. Targets up to 3 nearby vegetables, bringing them to life for 6 hours. They can grunt, walk, and will try to help.
Oh shit, they grunt?
They make
grunt.
little squeaking noises.
Yeah.
Very good.
Amazing. Okay. And the price you pay for all magic must come at a price. You cannot willingly eat vegetables for 5 weeks.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You don't like
Oh
using
my
this when you're
goodness.
on the farm. It's kind of debilitating. Bread
no.
doesn't count as a vegetable, even though when you think about it, it's made from things that grow out of the ground. You just don't think about it. You don't
I
think
don't
about
think
it.
about it.
You don't animate the wheat and the wheat doesn't bother you. Great. So the vegetables are now animate and recognizing that throwing down is occurring, immediately launch themselves at the kneecaps of the nearest cloudling. There are no rules for how a vegetable performs in combat. I'm gonna say that they can't do more than an unarmed strike, which is 1d5 damage. But I'm also gonna say they hit automatically because they are very small and very precise. So let me just see. I feel like it is nearly impossible for 1d5 damage to damage these guys, but I will roll anyway just to see.
Better.
Okay, neither of those. And not that guy either. That's a shame, because their armor level is, actually, let me check. The one good thing these guys have is that they have an armor rating of 5, because they all have pretty solid armor.
Of course they do.
Yes. Let's see. Okay. So the Farmerlings also do get to act when you guys act because they are on your side in this conflict, as it were. Basically, Ott scoops up Sky as you say, like, don't do anything, just hide. Scoops up Sky and basically grabs Brian by the scruff and kind of like goes towards the side door that leads out to the field with them in tow. Brian is still doing the Lemmy Adam thing, but is ultimately not going to participate meaningfully in this combat, especially because, as mentioned, unarmed strikes can only do a maximum of 5 damage, and he would need to roll that to get past the armor on these guys. So, yeah, they basically get moved towards the door. Uses his action to open the door, and is going to get them through on the next round. Now, all the Cloudling soldiers get to go, and I'm gonna make them...
I didn't do my turn before.
Yes.
If you don't mind, yeah, I'd like to say something now. I don't know how this will go. They might still react, but at this point, so Nine Fingers has put the one who attacked me on the ground, and one of them said, "We haven't even eaten yet."
Yes.
And I'm going to turn to the one that says that, and that said that, and I'm going to say, "There's fucking vegetables fighting a guy." It's so hard to do a speech when there's vegetables fighting a man's kneecap.
Just kicking him in the shins.
Yep. I'm going to say, no. I think you've eaten well enough so far.
Ooh!
I can't help but notice, where is your lord? Does Smokespire not dine with you? Does he think himself above you, as you do these people? Tell me, today, when he recklessly started that thing, where were you? What were you doing? Were you prepared for it? Would he have cared if you weren't? This whole thing seeks to cave in on your heads. And you sit here and crave violence with the few people who can save you from this disaster. The Century Swarm is perhaps days away. The Empress is missing. And you follow a man who would sooner lead you to death than to victory. What do you say to that?
I like it. Okay, let's see. I think this is challenging enough to warrant rolling. I would say that.
Sure.
You are attempting to basically convince this guy and potentially their allies to betray their lord and side with you in this coming conflict
things
or whatever.
escalated a lot faster than I thought they would, so I was
Yeah.
kind of hoping, but so it goes.
Well, yeah, I will say this. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. This is again communication. Unfortunately, this would be another heart check. Let's see. Yeah.
My heart's not the worst stat I have.
Okay, that's good. Okay, yeah. I don't think you get to make this one an advantage because you're not appealing to military or etiquette, unless you have another thing about like rallying cry, paladin style.
I don't got none of that stuff.
All right, then just
being a character in Cloud Empress is rather stark.
It's hard.
You
Yeah.
basically
Okay.
got your wits and one flame bellows that I might have to break out and burn some folk.
Oh boy. All right.
Here we go. Heart check. Gotta roll under a 32. That's a 17.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Yay.
That bringing up the fact that Smokespire isn't here and demonstrably does not really care if they live or die, at least in this regard, that definitely staggers them a little bit. I think they're not like "Oh, you're so right. I shall swear fealty to you immediately." But they aren't
course.
about to swing on you right now. Let's see. Yeah, I think maybe if you like critted, we'd be talking about like potentially rallying them. But I think at this point, what you've done is you have de-escalated somewhat. This guy, at least, and most of the others are not going to do much. In fact, let me just roll just a little, just
That's
a
fine.
spicy little. Let me just.
Just prime
Okay.
them for the big play.
All right, 3 of them are still raring to go. Possibly the ones that have indulged in a little bit more of that cloud wine. But most of them are like, oh shit, this guy's kind of spitting. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Okay, so Ott is herding the kids to the door. Silt is basically next to you in the exact same boat, also kind of just like sipping the bowl, just like, oh, it's always exciting on the farmstead. Let's see. One of the Cloudlings is going to... Well, let me see if there's a table for it. Sometimes there is. Sorry. There are some NPCs in here that have tables of what they do when they're not sure what to do, which is very cool game design. Mad respect to that.
Leave. We were having dinner. It was a Ghibli montage of our bad soup.
They want dinner too. They hungry. Okay, let's see. Yeah, they're just gonna... a brawl has kind of broken out very mildly. So these 3 are going to... They're not gonna, like, bust... They all have... You can see they all have, like, rifles on their backs, but none of them have gone for them yet. So this is still very much just a bit of, like, a little barroom brawl. But even these guys will potentially pick up on what Cowboy was putting down and not potentially cause difficulty. This is a crowded room. They all need to roll. Okay, well, all 3 of them do, in fact, hit what they were doing. And basically, of them, Clancy, you are the center of the room, basically.
Hooray! I'm
Yes.
gonna get punched.
You are going to get punched twice. The third one is going for Ott, mostly because Ott has been kind of like surly and unresponsive to them for weeks, and this one has been fostering a grudge about it. So he's going after Ott, who has the kids behind him. But 2 of them are just going for you. And these are just normal unarmed strikes. They are just 1d5 each. So I'm just going to...
Well, luckily, my armor is 7 because I don't take off my armor until the end of the day. So
Perfect.
I'm set. It's painted in like flowers that you might find in the field, which I think is
Aw.
apropos for you
Yeah.
guys being buttholes.
Amazing. Okay. Well, they roll nearly max damage and it sparks off of you, so they're both not happy. And the one who went for Ott, also nearly max. That does 4 damage, which does actually break his armor rating of 2. So Ott basically gets clocked. Let me just mark that down. So he has only taken 2 damage, but he basically, like, these guys are wearing armor, and some of the armor is gauntlets. So he basically just took a straight-up punch to the jaw and has gone down, which is not great because he was hurting Sun and Brine out, and as he tumbles, they both tumble with him. So, like, they're not, like, in more danger than they were before, but they are now on the floor in a bit of a scrum. So I guess they are in a little bit more danger than they were before. Okay. But they are quite near the door, which is open, so that's another thing. Yeah. Let's see if there's any stress that anybody needs to accumulate after that. I think maybe.
I feel like I have a bunch. Yeah. What do I do when I get punched?
Let's see. Would you classify getting punched as somebody drawing their weapon on you?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I would count those 2 as 1 because they basically just attacked at the same time, so you
That's
only get
fair.
1
I think
extra
I
phase.
think I'm up to 4 now.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. Also, just for future reference, you automatically make a panic check if you roll a critical failure on anything. So,
Oh yeah.
So do keep track of those. Yes. Okay. Cool. So that's
yes.
that round.
Yeah, no,
done.
I did that in the last episode.
Yes. Oh, wow. In the first half of this episode, they are coming out at the same time. But yes. Okay. Great. So that's round 1 done. Austin, you have successfully defused a good chunk of this. However, things happened that refused a little bit of it after that. With the I rolled 3 cloudlings, didn't really follow the flow on that one. It's just 3 of them were like itching for something. There's stress levels that are not being diegetically taken track of among the cloudlings, and they were all kind of running tense after the earthquake as well. And you bringing up like Smokespire doesn't care about you definitely worked to make a lot of them be like, should we really be being shitty to these guys, including this new weird lordling we don't know anything about? But for some of them, they were like, yeah, I have had a really bad day and my boss just doesn't understand, but you know who I can take that out on? Some children. So it's a bad scene. These guys are jerks. So that's that first round concluded. I think violence does not need to continue for much longer, but it is going to continue this time. So, Austin, is there anything we'd like to do first? Because you are just first in the order on my screen.
Oh, man. Okay, so as it stands, there's just 3 guys who still want to fight.
There's 3 guys who just saw their punches absolutely skitter off of Clancy, and 1 guy who just fully clocked Ott, who is now down and, like, bleeding a little bit from the cheek, with 2 children behind him. So
I can help you out here. I'm going to
please
take out my gun and not shoot it, but show I'm taking it out and using it as a melee weapon, because also I want to show them that my gun is better than their guns, which I think is what I can only assume. I
think your guns are equally good. Is it 2d10 and then 1d10 if you use it for melee?
Yeah.
That is the same kind of gun that they have, but
okay,
it's still good.
I'm gonna do it against. I'm gonna like ignore the 2 guys who swung on me and do it and like grapple, or I could either like use my gun as a melee weapon or grapple the one who attacked Ott, because again they decided to take their anger out on children, and I think that's rude and stupid.
It's not cool.
Okay, so you can smack that guy if you so desire. You could also attempt to grapple him. I'm going to assume both of them are the same kind of like, you would be rolling a strength check to attempt to attack in both cases. Because I would say this guy's further across the room. Like, you're kind of like over here in the table, kind of near the center of the room, and they're sort of over there by the back door. So you would need to traverse a little bit of distance. There's some cloudlings in the way that you'd potentially not want to. Well, it's more realistic that like Dragonfly is kind of nearby, and you don't want to hit him when you swing. So that you would need to roll for this still, not just because I think it makes the combat more interesting, but also legitimately because one of the things is you're trying not to hit an ally, and this is close quarters.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
Although I will also say, because you have drawn your weapon, you do in fact take a stress point.
That's fine. I just don't want everyone to see a man's face, like a hole where a man's face used to be. That's just my thing. And I think that's what the game system is trying to say. So
definitely.
I'm really trying not to.
We're working to the system here. Although I will also say that you only take stress if someone draws their weapon on you. So everyone else around here, you do not need to take an additional stress because Clancy has drawn the weapon to protect you.
Yeah.
All right. So drop.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
My
Let's
strength
do it.
is garbage because I'm an old man, but I'm doing it anyway to defend some children.
I believe in you.
Yeah, my strength's bad too, manophilia.
Old man solidarity.
LOL. No, I failed. I rolled a 42. My strength is 21.
Okay. Wow, you doubled your score. All right. Well, you do not critically fail, which is good, so you don't immediately make a panic check. But
No, I just regular failed.
You did. Let's see. You did fail a check, so you do still take an extra stress. This is so unforgiving. My God.
I'm at like 6. I must be at 6 now. Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay.
Whoa.
Great.
Jesus.
Yeah. Damn. Eiselbraid, what are you up to?
3, actually. I haven't taken
I meant, what are you going to do this round? But also, yes.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm really not in it to keep fighting, honestly. I'm gonna speak to the guy who I currently have in a chokehold, and I'll say, "Do you yield?"
He kind of squeezes out, like, yep.
All right, I shove him to the ground, and then I'm gonna go and basically do the same to the one who attacked Ott.
Great. So are you going to attempt to grapple that guy
Grapple,
or
yeah.
do the same pin? Okay. I mean, it's only fair if I make you roll for this one as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's
Not as
strength,
bad since
right?
Yeah, yes, unless you have a weapon that lets you use speed instead, which you might because you have a saber. But
I have a saber, but I don't want to attack with the saber. I'm
okay, then
just
yeah,
grappling.
we'll do this as strength.
Yeah.
Officer Cobble's not among these guys,
No.
right?
No.
No, not yet.
43.
Not yet.
43. Okay. Yeah, that guy's just like really slippery. He's sort of like he's swaying mildly with the fact that he is slightly drunk, and that does make it a little bit easier for him to sort of just be like, whoop, just out of reach. Okay, great. Worm, anything to declare?
It seems like it's kind of winding down. Worm will just sort of continue to eat the gruel, but trying to keep Silt out of harm's way. If anyone starts like popping towards us, like put a foot up to push anyone who gets like flung out of the fight out of the way, and like hold anything that's
amazing,
shaking
yeah.
too much on the table, like helping the old lady out more than anything else.
Perfectly. Yeah, one of the guys that attempted to punch Clancy kind of like stumbles towards you, and you like raise one leg and just nudge them out of the way.
Yeah.
So it's just like, oh, this reminds me of my younger days. Okay, Dragonfly, your vegetables are going to town on that guy's kneecaps. He hasn't seen the notice, but it's the principle of the thing.
I'm gonna recall them back. It's like, nice job hitting the kneecaps.
They like
and
climb up your sleeve and just kind of nestle in your hair.
Yes.
Good job,
perfect.
vegetables.
They're around for the next 6 hours, so figure out
We
something
could
to do
use
with
that.
them. Yeah. I guess I will go ahead and try to help Sun and Brian just get out of here. Like,
All right,
This is-
perfect.
if something happens to them, then you know.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, all right. Aunt is down and a little bit dazed, but neither Sun nor Brian are, like, under him, so you can pretty easily, like, scoop them up and kind of hurry them out the already open door.
Yes.
So you are out of the farm and kind of or out of the building and kind of out in the sort of side area of the farm. The sun is now pretty much fully down. There's the forest before you, the valley behind you. If you look around, you might notice there's a little bit movement still at the excavation site, but I imagine you're pretty focused right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Alrighty. Alright, it is the Cloudlings' turn again. Let me just do a real quick. Yeah, okay. Alright, so the two that attempted to bunce Clancy are out of the fight. And basically everyone at this point, like, the tension is high. The Farmerlings have at this point not attacked, but like Jaya has a scythe she really likes, and she's kind of like in the same corner it's stored in, with like her hand not on it, but very near it. And some of the Cloudlings have noticed, and it's kind of like, do I want to deal with that today?
Right, while I have my gun out as well.
Yes, you've got your gun fully out. It is your job to protect the Farmerlings. Like, this is a tension that has come up before, but they've never been this rowdy, and you've never had to use your gun as anything other than a cane up until this point. So they're kind of like reassessing, like, Bearman's not fucking around. Okay, great. I would say the only person who is still a problem is, in fact, the Cloudling that twice was not smacked last round, and is kind of, well, let's see, actually. I may as well let him roll on the stats, if it's only fair. Cool. Not attentive enough to notice how absolutely nobody is on his side anymore. He's still got like, come on, guys, we can show these groundlings what for. And is just gonna, I think, automatically succeed to attempt to kick Ott, just because Ott's on the ground and nobody else is near him right now.
Bro.
He sucks, man. This guy sucks.
At
Cloudlings are
this point,
jerks.
there's like 7 people who are going to like ruin this guy's day.
You better
Yes,
enjoy
that
that.
is,
You better
in
savor
fact-
that kick. It's going to be the last one in your life.
Yeah, he does in fact savor that kick. He rolls quite high. So Ott is not like wounded, but he is looking pretty rough, and he's just kind of like Ott is a dog chimera, and he's pretty quiet, and he's sometimes a little bit surly. He's looking a little bit dangerous right now. Like, the hackles are up. Fangs that he doesn't normally show are kind of out. And you can tell, like, the Farmerlings are not in, like, fight mode because that is the bell that can't be unrung. But they're really close. And that is all the NPCs' turns. So yes, if you guys would like to take, I will just inside baseball, one final round of combat, or combat adjacent things.
I was just going to go to grapple again, so Eric, if you wanted to do something.
Yeah, let's just push him out the door. I think we're at the point where no
Teamwork.
one's on this guy's side.
Yeah.
So I think all of us will
Yeah,
just pick
go
him
for
up
it.
and push him out. And now I think all of the Farmerlings have their hands on real weapons now at this point, and be like, it
Yeah,
seems
Carla's got a wrench that she just always has, like, on her belt, and now magically it's in her hand, just casually. Yeah.
We've reached the point where dinner is over. You've decided that you didn't want to eat today. You instead wanted to fight. Get out.
All right. Very cool. So are we just trying to, like, scare him out? Are we trying to shove him out? Are we?
Yeah, I mean, we got enough hands on it.
Yeah, I mean,
and-
whatever way I could assist, I'll say, you heard the gentleman. We'll be speaking again soon.
What are you doing, man? We're on the
Dismissed.
same side. What? And he, yeah.
We are. You just don't realize it.
Okay.
push,
So he
push,
gets.
push
Yeah,
towards door.
kind of like slides out of the way so you can shove him past and kind of like nurses his jaw. Yeah, so this guy gets shoved out. The same door that the kids just skedaddled through.
We move to
Unfortunately.
the side when we see
Yeah,
when we
it's
see
just
this happen.
kind of yeah.
Yep.
So he's the other Cloudlings are sort of like standing a little bit motionless in the room. Like, are we all getting kicked out? Can they do that? Is that allowed? Like, there's a certain amount of directionlessness, which is when Cobble finally opens the door, clearly breathing a little bit hard. Like, oh no, wait a minute. Where were the rowdy ones? Where'd they go? Oh no, those are noises. So Cobble has clearly basically sprinted here from the excavation site. Immediately, all the Cloudling soldiers in the room immediately kind of like stand to attention. The dumbass out the side door hasn't noticed yet. And Cobble kind of takes in the scene, table shoved aside. The two people who have weapons out is oh no, that one guy's not still grappled, but two people present now have weapons out. Ott visibly injured, nobody else really all that hurt. And he kind of like takes in the scene, looks at the Farmerlings, looks at Cowboy, and says, "We will discuss this back at the ship now." And the Cloudlings fall into order and quietly file out. Cobble also does a quick like head count to like make sure nobody's dead and looks at Ott and makes sure they're okay. Well, for free you can do a heart check if you want, and I'm not going to give you extra stress if you fail this one.
Sure.
Just a possibility you might notice it.
That's a 9, not a 90. That's a 9.
Oh, so that's like a really good success.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. You pick up just the faintest hint of, like, not active magic on Cobble, more like an old spell that they're still paying the price for, which is a thing that happens sometimes. Like, right now, you can't eat vegetables for, like, 5 weeks. You've kind of got, like, this aura around you.
They're friends, not food.
Yes. If you had to guess with a 9, there's, like, a certain aura, literally like ozone, around the casting of certain spells. One of which is Spark Life. Spark Life is a spell which is very rare and has a high cost, and it allows you to bring back somebody who has died. And you would estimate that Cobble has cast this spell twice. Now, what this has done is dramatically reduced his ability, their ability to take injury before it becomes wounds. The way it mechanically works is it reduces their damage per wound by 2. So part of the reason Cobble looks kind of like shit is because if they take 6 damage, it turns into a wound instead of 10 like it does for all of you. And if you had to guess, this might be why their men actually do seem to listen to them and respect them in a way that nobody else does, because you think
bring them
back to
back.
that Imago attack a few weeks ago, and you're like, yeah, I was kind of expecting more of them to be dead after that.
Uh-huh.
So you're starting to get the vibe that, like, Cobble might kind of... Well, you're not entirely sure how you judge this, but Cobble's not, like, on your side, but Cobble definitely is aware that there is a side and tries to be on the side of decency. And you do see, because that heart check was really good, and that is also basically inside checks, as they're, like, scanning around, and, like, there is relief when they see that Ott is only injured, which kind
Okay.
of implies to you that perhaps either maybe they're just like, hey, this would have kicked off, like, a huge problem that I would have had to deal with, or maybe it's just like, I really didn't want to have to cast that spell again if I could help
Okay.
it. Yeah, like 50-50 odds.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Combat resolved. Even the dumbass that's out near you, you can see Sun kind of like shrinking away from him. He's a very large, armored guy, very like backlit by the light in the farm. And Sun is shaking, but not in danger, which is important. So he kind of notices like, oh, everyone's filing out, and he's like, but we didn't get the bread. But like he's
Yeah.
some of the other more sober cloudlings are like dragging him away, and they're all very much like, we're in trouble with the boss. They clear out of the farmhouse, which is in a little bit of ruin, but not too bad. And I will say, violence is over.
Worm will get up from the table and sort of like scamper over to it's Ott, the injured one.
Odd is the injured one, yes.
And
He's still over by the side door, kind of like propping himself up.
I'm gonna take out my stick of chalk and
Ooh.
I'm gonna flavor this as like churning it through the chalk powered speaker, and it plays like a little music box before poofing the chalk out. But I'm gonna cast channel healing.
Oh, you can't resist a bard. You can't resist a bard.
But I'm channeling healing the spell, and so
Channel
I
healing?
could be able to heal him for up to 9 damage.
Amazing. Let me just see what that does. But you are going to need to roll. Is this a crest or a spell that you
This
know?
is a spell that I know.
Okay, so what you are going to need to do to cast a spell, you recite the words of the spell, or rather it plays through your little music box. You take 1 stress. Yeah. What are you at now?
I'm at 3 stress.
Oh, wow, okay. Oh, yeah, you weren't active in combat.
Worm's Lane. Thank you very much.
Perfect. All right, and now you make a heart check.
Sure thing. Okay. And a 25 is lower than my 32.
Perfect.
Nice.
Great, okay.
Nice.
You succeed, so you do not need to roll on the miscast table, but you do not critically succeed, so the spell works as intended.
Great.
Which means you... Where the hell is it?
The spell Channel Healing targets an adjacent creature, absorbing their pain and illness. That character heals up to 9 damage, but retains any wounds, and I take 3 damage for every 9 damage healed as the after effect.
Oof. All right. Is that like Boolean? Do you not take any if it's less than 9?
I think that is your call. I would interpret this as you use it, you're taking a minimum of 3, but that's up to you. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm fine with
Got
that. He hit accumulated 6 damage, but that is less than 9. So you are fine. All right. Good job, gang. We tested out the combat mechanics.
It was, can I say something? It was, traumatic and bad.
Just as intended.
Yeah.
So a little note comes
okay.
back.
Oh,
Working
weird.
as
No
intended.
one liked that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
It
they
was
call
not
it
nearly
violence.
as fun as that Dungeons and Dragons game.
I know, right? Okay.
I
don't know.
It
I'm feeling
seems like
pretty
you
good.
guys got a lot going on here, and if no one's got any more mail for me, I'm probably gonna dip soon, right? Like, I don't want to be that person. And it was very nice for you guys to give me dinner, but there's been a lot more fighting going on, and someone's got to have mail that needs to go somewhere, right?
Jaya puts down her scythe and kind of comes over. Yes, I apologize. I rather feel that has been simmering for quite some time. I'm just glad nobody was badly hurt. Thank you for healing Ott, by the way. I would advise against traveling the roads at night this time of year, with the Imago beginning to emerge. Although I wouldn't keep you from your journey if you want a place to stay the night.
Sort of try and get the vibe check of the room. Because in Worm's mind, all of the Farmerlings have been very kind. She likes, Clancy and Co. quite a bit. They've all been chill, fun to deliver a potato. And then this other guy who she didn't have any mail for showed up and immediately instigated a fight. And she's like, I don't know what his deal is, and he's still here.
Yes. All right. Let's see. Well, you don't. Yeah.
I kind of look to Cowboy because I know that he had mentioned a plan that involves the courier.
I had, yes. I'm going to say you could leave if you'd like, but this violence is going to come to a head, and it's probably going to come to a head tonight. We have the means to resolve all of this and put everything back in its proper order. And if you stay, I think that might just aid in seeing that done.
Who are you?
How good are you at delivering messages discreetly?
I would like to follow up on what young Worm the Third has said and say, who are you?
Who are you?
Lordling Line. You may call me Cowboy. My sellsword here and I have been traveling through. We've seen the enterprise that this lordling Smokespire is partaking in. We think that's dangerous to everyone involved. Farmerlings and Cloudlings alike. I'd like to see no more bloodshed today, other than Smokespires, which will be necessary. And I think that, with everyone's assistance, we can make that happen.
Hold up, man. Necessary for what? If we got the bugs coming real soon, and if
exactly. The last thing you want is a piece of what do we call the humans that destroyed everything? The torturers.
Torturers, yeah. It's very on the nose.
The last thing you want is a huge piece of torturer tech filled with chalk to draw them in.
I guess I will, because right now, Dragonfly knows about and we both me and Clancy know about the Thopters that we have ready for our escape. That is how to take it out. None of this other garbage is relevant.
No, not even a little bit. Even a little bit.
Well, other than you can't, they'll try to kill you if you leave.
Other than their dropship has been pointing guns at your farm since they landed like 3 months ago.
If you try to, the reason you haven't left in the Thopters, right, is because they'll just kill you if you try to escape.
Yes.
Unless they get orders not to kill you when you leave.
If you guys look over at Carla, she gives you like a.
Wait, is Carla my mom?
I think so, yeah. But I also feel like the Farmerlings kind of do like an it takes a village thing.
Yeah.
So like Carla is your mom. Brian is probably your little brother, but like mostly it's just kind of like you're all sort of a big loose family.
Yeah.
But yeah, Carla kind of like looks over at you and gives like the sort of like slightly wary half shrug. Like you spend a lot of time with her. You can read that basically this is like, I would like more time to fine tune it so that they run for longer, but they can take off if necessary. However, then there's the elephant in the room, which is why none of this is being said out loud, which is each Thopter carries 4. You have 2 of them. That's everybody in the farm, but that's not any of these new people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, we came in a ship.
You did come in a ship. The ship can carry at least you 2. And probably one small...
Worm, I guess.
So I'm gonna say, so what I'm hearing is that worm is bug food,
Worm
and we
can
should all
stow
make our
away.
peace with that.
Everybody wanted a piece of worm, and for
As was
what?
prophesized in her name, Worm.
Worm must be
Worm
tethered to the ground. No, but like, yeah. So like, the Farmerlings are all like, we can get away if the dropship goes down, or if they're all too distracted by, for instance, a big bunch of bugs on the horizon. And you are like, I came in a ship, and also, the Farmerlings know you came in a ship. So it's basically like, you guys can escape, but you can't sit with us. So that is basically where you're all at.
Okay.
The main question is that so just to lay it out pretty clearly, like there is the buried facility, which Smokespire has been trying to activate, and given how it shook the entire valley, would probably do that again and potentially worse when activated again. But it always costs so much to make people roll checks for things. But I do want to know if people can figure out, like, what exactly is up.
I'll do it. Give me the stress. Just
I
do
do
it.
know that
All right.
there was a lot of magic happening.
Yes.
I don't mind
It
either. I've
cost
got
a
a sharp
significant
mind.
amount of chalk.
All right. Well, I'd say the two people who were in the building when
Okay.
the earthquake hit get
Yeah.
to roll mind checks. I guess if any of the mages in attendance want to just roll a raw heart check to see if you can just like instinct out or like call on the slip and see if you can like see what's up, I would allow that because it sounds cool.
I failed.
Failure. I'll take a
You
stress.
failed. All right. Great. All right.
I got like a 50% chance, but
I've been
Yeah.
rolling real well, but I don't know if I want to risk it. Sheesh. Okay, well, we'll do it.
And I'm gonna do another one just over here.
To answer your
That's
previous
69.
question.
Oh, nice. Does that fail?
Yeah.
That's a shame. All right. Let me just
I'll
do.
take stress.
Okay. Sun pipes up because she rolled a 21.
Yay.
I think I saw it fly.
Bigger ship.
And everyone kind of looks at her.
Son, you fantastic ray of sunshine. What?
I think, you know, when the air gets slippery? And you do. You're a mage.
Yeah.
The way that magic works is pulling things in through the slip. Whenever a spell is cast, I haven't been
fuck.
indulging in the what does it look like when you cast this instinct. I'm so sorry. But generally what it looks like is that you essentially create a little bit of a ripple. You're drawing on cousin realities where the thing you want to happen is true. So you draw out Ott's injury, presumably you're pulling it from like second timeline over where he didn't get punched or something like that. You animate the vegetables by pulling them in from a little place where vegetables can do that, presumably. So you do know what Sun is talking about, although you suspect she doesn't exactly have the vocabulary to describe it.
Well, to be fair, Sun is very quiet. She very rarely talks, so like he's more surprised that she's talking
Yes.
about
Yeah.
her powers, and he's a little excited.
Yeah,
Says,
there's a slight like hesitancy you detect from like Jaya, because Jaya is kind of the main person who's like, Sun, don't let on about this stuff. Like this is what people get kidnapped for. But like Sun kind of sees, and like Jaya is also like nervously looking at Smokespire, not Smokespire, sorry, Cowboy, who Smokespire's not in the room. The vibe would be very different. But yeah, Sun kind of like shrinks under the attention, but says, it was before they landed. There was a little hole in the sky, I thought, and it was dark and there were little lights, and I saw the tower and the rest of it, and it was up. It was in the dark with the lights, and I think it can fly. But it's buried. It's so big. So I think that's why. And then she gets like a little bit like, "Oh, okay," just stops.
It's okay, Son. I think what you're getting at. I think I know what you're getting at. Okay. Looks like we got a whole lot of magic up in that excavation site. You said you want to get this done tonight, Lord Cowboy? Man?
I said it's going to have
Sir?
to happen tonight. Tempers are already high. Either they're going to turn against us or they're going to turn against him. But we can't let that flame go out.
I want to go see the magic ship. So I will help you do whatever you're doing over there. And then we're going to get that done so you can distract them so that everyone here, right, Clancy? We can just get out of here. All right? Just one night, a little
Doing
bit of
one
magic, a
last
little bit
job.
of hijinks.
Just one last job.
We're doing it tonight, and then we get out of here.
Yes, yes, yes.
Brian is like
yes.
vibrating with excitement.
No, the
Brian.
child is not coming with us.
Brian,
What do you-
you're
what
not
do you
coming.
mean?
Brian, you're not coming.
I'm so good at sneaking, you guys.
No,
I just
no,
need to
you're
try
not
from the
coming.
left this
No,
time.
absolutely not.
I
no,
think
absolutely
Brian
not.
would be good at violence, honestly. I think someone should let him partake in some violence.
Yeah, Brian gets like very gently like hand on the shouldered by Ott, who kind of like steers him into like the bedroom. It's just kind of like, no.
I'm going to turn to Dragonfly and I'll say, you're a mage.
I try.
Then you'll be better at this than I am, and probably capable of activating it where I'm not. I will go into my cloak and I will produce my own crest. A much smaller, less rare one called a Crest of Lost Belongings.
Okay.
I'm going to hold it out to him. And then, like, before he takes it, kind of like retract it and be like, I will require this back. And then I'll hand it to him and I'll say, you'll need chalk to use it. I trust you have.
Just the one stick left. But I'm sure there's going to be plenty over there.
One stick is all you'll need for this.
Okay.
When the time comes, I am feeble when it comes to using this sort of thing. I trust you will be able to succeed where I cannot. He has his own crest that he is using to activate the device. It is clearly of great importance to him. When you use this crest, you can make him temporarily forget he has it. Lose it. Even if it's on his person, he will believe it is gone. I think it should prompt him to act rashly. And that will be our opening to overthrow him, bring the soldiers under my fold with the help of Officer Cobble, and then everyone will be free to go on their own way.
Carla's gonna pipe up. I can get us ready to go pretty quick, but I could use a couple hours. Do you think antagonizing that nut job might just send him our way?
Well, I think that we can wait the couple hours, perhaps. Or, if they do come our way, we'll buy you the time we need. Either way, we will need Cobble on our side. I'll turn to Worm and say, how good are you at discreetly delivering messages?
Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night, nor earthquake, nor irritable Clancy, nor dinner brawls stays me from the swift completion of my appointed rounds. And if that means I gotta be sneaky about it, I'll think about it, you know?
Okay. Then we shall coordinate. I'll paper, pen, and I'll write a note that's basically explaining our plan, which is like, this dude's crazy. We're gonna trick him into like showing how crazy he is, and then we'll kill him. And then I will take everyone under my command and be a much more reasonable leader. I mean, you can say it's a lot more poetically than this, but I'll be a much more reasonable leader, and you can take your rightful place, like commanding these people instead of being commanded. And we can go back to actually important stuff instead of a suicide mission where we're all going to get eaten by bugs.
Okay.
The Empress
Very
is
elegant.
missing. We gotta find her.
Yes, I like the angle. I think that's pretty solid. All right, amazing. So,
And you can do what you do best, Bear.
In your estimation, what is that?
Keeping people safe.
all right. So it seems like there's a bit of a split approach here. Message is going to Cobble. Dragonfly wants to
everyone
go
agrees,
inside
I
the
mean-
big ship.
Lion assumes everyone's gonna follow his orders, but I don't know if that's true.
Well, yes. Clancy is on protect the farmerlings duty, but could potentially also, like, basically everyone on the
I'm
farm
gonna go.
except for...
I'm protecting Dragonfly. If Dragonfly's gonna go on the
Okay.
big ship, I'm
Yeah.
going.
Great.
That makes
I was
sense.
gonna say, like, aside from Brian, who's probably gonna basically be under heavy guard to make sure he doesn't do anything dumb.
If
Most of
anything-
the people here are like adults who can fend for themselves. So
I think, Brian, this is Brian. If you want to grow up, if you want to do something big, your job is to protect everyone else.
he like puffs up a
Dude.
little bit. Big salute again.
Okay, I'm gonna take old Clancy with me. You know.
Can I have Clancy's gun?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do not
But I'd be
give
so
the
good at
child
it. I've been practicing with
firearm.
sticks, and like I'm real good at throwing, and like I just can't be
Okay.
that. Okay.
No.
I have a weaponized statue in my inventory.
Ooh.
I can't use it
You have
because
a
it
what the
requires. I can't use it because it requires like 40 strength or something. But Brian also can't use it, but he doesn't know
Yes.
that. So I will
That
give it
is
to him.
correct.
That's good.
Be like, you can use this. It shoots magic, and it does a lot of fun stuff. All right, here.
Amazing. He like sags under the weight and is like Yes, sir, Dragonfly.
I found it out in the
Just a
forest.
big club.
No, it's an ornate statue that I found out in the forest. It has innate magical abilities. I meditated with it. That's how I got attuned with the slip.
just you
But
and
I
your will.
am not strong enough. I don't have the strength when I'm a big boy.
Well, I know it's magic, but it does say that it's a weapon you have to be adjacent to the person to hurt them with, and you have to be really strong to use it. So it just kind of sounds like a club to me.
It sounds basically
okay.
like a club that does gun damage.
Yes.
So what? We're just gonna go in there and then like look at how crazy this guy is, and then
Okay,
we're
so-
gonna kill him. Like, yeah.
So there are, as you understand the current situation, like you can sort of go out of the farm and like scope out if you like. As far as you can tell, Smokespire is probably still in the dropship, the one with the guns trained on the farm. And you would probably guess that is where it's not a guess, you'd know. That is basically where the Cloudlings have kind of been encamped since they landed. They don't like sleep in the Farmerling home because it's dirty and stuff like that. And they don't sleep in the excavation site either because they are still a little bit wary of just like spooky ancient torturer tech. Like they're not gonna like willingly like sleep on that stuff. So the area around the dropship kind of has their like little makeshift camp. And if you had to guess, Line, you would probably assume that a very stern talking to is happening to the 50% of these idiots that came over and caused a ruckus, and the other 50% are probably trying very hard not to cause problems tonight. But if you, like, give it a little while, you know roughly when most of these guys go to sleep. And, like, they don't all sleep in one place. The Cloudlings don't, like each other for the most part, so the camp is a little bit distributed. It is possible, theoretically, to like pick your way through, sneak around from the other side. Like it's a valley, you're kind of in a bit of a bowl. You could go up and around if you so desired. There's a lot of debris up there. It's on the little map I provided.
Wait, is
so-
debris on the map?
Yeah, there's debris on the
There's a
map.
lot of
It says it
debris.
right there.
Debris,
Debris.
yep.
It's a
It's
lot of
hiding.
debris.
Debris.
Yes. Yeah, so it seems like there is a plan, although I will also say the dropship and the facility are not, like, they are proximate to each other, but they are different spaces. So if Dragonfly wants to check out the buried facility, that would be a slightly different route than just trying to sneak directly into the camp.
And I will deliver the mail.
Courier?
The floor is yours. All right, so Worm, I guess you're starting things off with your letter to deliver for Cobble's eyes only. This, you know what? If you're not trying to like sneak in a way where nobody sees you, I'd say this is an automatic success. Like this is your job. You deliver mail.
I'm so good at the mail. Yeah, I think Worm just starts booking it through the field. My 6-minute
Right.
mile coming back in handy. Like I get it all
Amazing.
delivered, and I'm not gonna be like storming through the camp or nothing. But I don't know that Worm is. I'm not Solid Snake, you know. I'm
of
just
course.
really kind of not trying to draw any unnecessary attention and get into my delivery as quickly as possible. It's not super uncommon to have a courier running around. But in the
Great.
back of Worm's mind, as she's running, she's like, I should have mentioned that I'm a Thopter pilot while I was back there. And then just keeps running.
Yeah. Let's see. As you're out and about, you notice just a couple things. There's no wind, and the air is a little bit thick, just a little oppressive tonight.
Some oppressive air. Thick.
Yeah, you were running around earlier today. It didn't really feel like that. Like it's frequently kind of muggy in the nights leading up to summer, but this is a little bit different. All right, yeah. So you reach the edges of the camp. Some of the Cloudlings are kind of like around. Some of them are still actively being getting the dressing down from Cobble, who is just like Cobble's the kind of person who gets more intense when they're angry, not like louder. So you can't like make out all the words, but like they're looking extremely like kind of cowed at this point. None of them are inside the dropship. The dropship has a ramp that goes down that is currently open, and they're all sort of scattered around it with like little campfires, little like jewel encrusted little light sources and stuff like that. Just little trinkets they have. And yeah, you just kind of march up through camp. You get a few
Excuse
weird
me?
looks, but they have been
Out of the way.
they've been
I'm
around
coming
long
through.
enough to
Little
like know
worm
that
coming on the
couriers
ground
are
here.
like
just skirt through this
Yeah.
crowd.
you are solid snaking it. But yeah, the couriers are basically not to be bugged. Like you don't fuck with the mail service, so you get like minor weird looks, and they're like, all right, okay, cool. Yeah, and you slip through to Cobble, and I presume stand there saluting crisply until they notice you're there.
I'll do a little flourish. The mail's here.
They like turn. They're still like they have all the intensity on their face of like in the process of being like, "What were you morons thinking? I can't believe you destabilized things when we're so close." And then like turns and then is like, "Oh, that's a child. Ratchet it back."
The same blank, placid face that Worm had the first time she delivered a package.
Like, yeah, yes. I apologize. What can I do for you?
I have a letter for Cobble.
I see. May I know the sender?
I think it's in there. It's from Cowboy.
They take the letter. You have any like official like stamp or letterhead or something, or like a wax seal or something like that?
Do I? I have the burnt collection of all of my family's like important documents and stuff.
This little ash.
I would assume you
inside the
probably
letter.
have an important stamp.
I have some sort of stamp and seal. Yes, fair enough.
Yeah,
or
either
ring.
that or, like,
I do
you're
have.
just-
I have antique jewelry. So yeah, I'm sure I have some sort of signet ring type deal.
Great. This is probably the first time Cobble has received official Cloudling mail since they descended. So they kind of like they look at it. They
I would do
crack
things
it.
by the book.
Yeah, they crack it open. So the general conceit of this was that, hey, your boss is insane, and you're probably all gonna die when he does his next dumb thing. So we're gonna try and like get you guys on our side, and then get the hell out of Dodge before the Imago descend whenever. Like that's the general like rundown.
Yeah, the general rundown is be prepared to take control because we're gonna make a fool of your boss, and then kill him. And then they won't follow us, but they'll follow you following us. So, like, you don't like what he's doing and how he's treating you. So just let's leave him behind. Let's get out of the suicide venture. And yeah, that's the gist of it. So he's gonna need to gather all the people so they can watch him get embarrassed.
Okay.
And if I understand,
We are gonna
to
need-
grease.
What'd
If
you
I
say?
understand, to grease the wheels of that, the crest of lost belongings is gonna make.
Yeah, we're gonna need Dragonfly to do the Crest of Lost Belongs to make him like lose the thing and make him feel like he's screwed up.
And he'll probably take it out on the
Could
Cloudlings.
Because I am proficient in tongues, which I am interpreting as the speaking skills. Could Worm be like, yeah, that guy looked real serious when he was writing that letter. Like, it was right after everyone got into that big old scrap, and whew, I don't know. If I were you, I'd take that thing pretty seriously.
Cobble.
I love it when
Does
my
not-
mailman's like, yo, that piece of mail's pretty tight.
like, hey, when I
know
peeked in that
a
thing,
lot
oh,
of
boy.
the drama. I know the tea. And I'm just telling you, man.
All right.
That's hot.
Cobble briefly looks like mildly pained, like they've had a bad headache and it's only getting worse today. You see their jaw kind of set, and they like stow the letter carefully, look around. You can kind of see the other Cloudlings being like, are we gonna get like a worse dressing down, or like are we out of trouble? Is this over, and can we like go and like eat some of our sad mushroom food rations? And yeah, I'd say like make a heart check if you want to read what Cobble's response to that was. But
It seems like
yeah.
it's important to what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a check. And with a 55, that is a critical failure. My heart is 32.
Oh boy. Okay.
Take that.
Make a panic check.
Once per session, I can make a panic check with advantage as a courier, and I'm gonna make this that time.
Nice.
Yay.
And what is panic rolled against?
Your current
stress.
stress level. If the result is greater than your current stress, you succeed.
Gotcha. Okay. I rolled an 8 and a 2, and my stress is
Okay.
3. So I think
All right.
Good.
You succeed.
Yay!
All right. So you're fine, but you have no idea what's going through Cobble's head.
We may be walking into a murder trap.
Yes. So, yeah. All right. Message delivered. What's next, gang?
I think the rest of the gang does their half of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you want to be when this is going down?
If Cobble immediately starts heading towards the place, I'll follow him, and otherwise Worm will make her way out of camp and kind of head back towards the farmstead.
Yeah. Cobble is kind of. They were sort of a little bit off to the side of the entry to the dropship, and Cobble is not really moving from that spot.
And I know that's where my friends are going, or are they going to a different... just to clarify the geography.
As I understand the plan, it involves getting into the dropship, or at least in range, to cast this Crest of Lost Belongings on Smokespire. As you look around, you're like, I think maybe some of these guys could get close without too much trouble. And also the fact that like everyone who just messed with the Farmerlings is getting horrendously dressed down in front of their friends, or, you know, coworkers, probably makes you think like, honestly, there could probably like, they have a pretty good buffer of like not getting harassed, even if they show up here unexpectedly, just because like, oh, the last time anybody fucked with the Farmerlings, they just got absolutely bodied, and Cobble is still yelling at them like 30 minutes later.
Yeah, let's do it. I think we can just get up there, do the crest, and then then he's gonna feel, and then he's gonna go, and then he's gonna look like a butthole.
Yeah, as you walk by, you do see where Smokespire is in the dropship. It's a pretty wide open space inside, and he's just sitting at the helm with the crest like on the console next to him, and that's what he's up to. He might be eating food. Hard to say. You're not even sure if he's paying attention to that right now. He seems very excited to have this thing.
Yeah, I think
did a very good job delivering the mail today.
Yeah, I think that hopefully Lord Cowboy and Nine Fingers gives us an air of like also unfuckability for us to walk up. So while we're doing this,
you definitely don't want an air of unfuckability.
No, you don't want an air of unfuckability.
That's how you get your 2 stress points down.
Dragonfly.
I'm gonna, as we're walking up, I'm gonna say to Dragonfly, without stopping, be like,
all right, so this is the opportunity to do the things, either the reason where you spend the time going to the swamps and concentrating on the things that you've done, to touch the slip and to commune with it. If you want to prove that isn't just whiling away the days until the Imago come and get you, you're gonna do it now, and you're gonna protect the people you're supposed to protect. That's what being an adult is. You're gonna do it, and we're gonna come back safe, and then we're going to leave, and it's going to be great.
That's chill, man. I got it.
You got it. All right, you got it.
And as I say that, the vegetables sort of poke out from underneath my hair, holding the crest.
I am too serious for this fancy world.
I can't indulge in whimsy. For the record, these things look exactly like the Susuwatari from Spirited Away, the little blobs with the two wide set eyes.
Aww.
That is exactly what these little guys look like, with like the little chicken legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a whimsical bear man who is too serious for this whimsical world.
Oh
right.
boy.
Shall we then?
All right, you guys set out. I guess, are you moving all as a unit?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Great. So
A
at this
show
point,
of
the plan
force.
is like no espionage, just like cast that sucker on Smokespire and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think we can do
Amazing.
it, and then once we know, because he's like eating dinner of slop and more slop in the window, so you can just do it.
Oh wait, how close are we getting here? Is it? Because
We have to go up to the ship to
Yeah,
get them to
the range
come out
is
to us.
nearby. So
Okay,
like,
So
yeah.
Yeah,
I've
like
been trying to figure out what nearby exactly means. I wrote this down somewhere.
you can like cast it. It's like we're looking up at him, and he's in like an apartment building, and we're down on the street. Is
If-
how I'm
because
I think that might
yeah,
be
we straight
further
creep in.
distance than nearby.
Okay, but like maybe
According-
he's on like the 3rd floor.
according to the crest, they can't see it, unable to feel or see the item, even if
He
it's on their
basically
person.
won't be able to perceive that the crest is where he left it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
for
if-
all the ADHD kids out there, it's when you put your keys down in a spot that's not the usual key spot, and they become invisible to you, even though they're probably just on a different table.
Yep, you're going to be inflicting him with blindness of the change variety. Okay, great. Yes.
Could someone take it?
Most likely, because he won't be able to perceive it. He would probably notice somebody like coming up right next to him, especially if he just thinks this thing disappeared.
I don't. But we're not getting that
kill
close,
him,
are
though,
we?
right? Yeah, we're gonna.
I mean, if you do want to like kill him in front of all of his friends, then that probably does involve either getting close or making him come to you.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Either way,
I'll simply demand his presence.
Yeah.
Of course.
It'd be no problem.
I can work the crest, no problem, man. Easy spell. I got the chalk. Don't even worry about it. If you could do me a favor, though, if you don't need his crest anymore, I'll take it.
That would be worthy. That would be worthy payment for what we've done.
Very
Quickly,
Now
very
you're pushing up
quickly
against-
agreeing with you.
Now you're pushing up
it's
against
chill, man.
cowboys.
You can say no.
You're
You
like,
can say no.
now you're pushing up against cowboys. Like, oh well, you are still a farmerling. You shouldn't have a crest.
Do you
He's
have?
like, no. These people should be treated nicely, but no, they shouldn't have powerful things.
Look, man. I spent my whole life as a farmer, and it's all right. I don't really do the work. It's not my gig. So
Well-
if you need a magician underneath you, I know you got your 9 fingers over here. Lady looks wicked cool. I respect that. But if you need a magician, I only know like 2 spells, and this I feel like this is an opportunity for you to take me around the world, and I can learn more spells. That'd be
offering
fun.
service?
They don't really need me there. Brian's got everything down. Old Clancy's sick of my dumb ass. So,
All right, cowboy's gonna nod and he says, "I think that if you strive towards a higher call, this is a wise decision."
let's do it, man.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Solid non-answer. I love it. Okay, so you guys approach
He's
the camp.
basically saying yes. He's saying yes.
Yeah.
All right. approach?
The Cloudlings
I
are still
assume it-
basically out and about. Several of them notice your movement. There's been some like apprehensive like keeping an eye on the Farmerlings, but they're seeing like this isn't Farmerlings showing up with like scythes or whatever. This is like, okay, this is 2 of the kids, that new guy who showed up, and that bear man we've seen staring at us a little bit surlily. Okay, cool. So the general like damage, like danger assessment is, all right, keep an eye on him, but nothing too crazy.
Rub the crap.
I'll just talk. I'm gonna go up to the first person I see and just say, "Fetch lordling Smokespire. A superior officer demands his presence, along with the presence of all of his subordinates."
Damn, dude. Let's go.
You catch him like a mid bite of mushroom, and he kind of like awkwardly like scrambles up, attempts to put the helmet on. It's a little bit askew, and then kind of like knows that you are not somebody of a status to fuck with, mostly because you have the attitude, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't know all your family drama. And kind of like scrambles back to the dropship, and you see him go up the ramp, and
And it's improper procedure to remove your helmet during dining.
it is.
You would
Damn,
know.
these guys
He
are
knows
ruthless.
etiquette.
He's on duty. Actually, it's probably improper procedure for me eating while he's on duty. Is what's up.
Yeah. Okay, great. A few moments later, Smokespire emerges. Because the crest weighs about like 30 pounds, he's not carrying it with him. Yes, so he kind of looks down his nose a little bit, like, okay, what the hell's going on? Takes in the menagerie, eyes completely glaze over the children, sees the other lordling he remembers from earlier. It's like, have you returned for a second demonstration? I've been meaning to experiment a little bit more with the controls.
Okay, I'm gonna. I see him coming out without the crest, and I'm going to turn to Dragonfly and to Clancy and go for the first time. Like he's like, "Oh, this is not all under control." He goes, "Okay, this may prove to be a problem."
Does the crest not work if he's not holding it?
No. Don't we? In
am
order
I
for it
close
to
enough? Yeah.
In order for it to
You can cast it on
disappear.
him. Do
is
you
it
have to
cast
cast it on? Do you have to cast it on the item or on the guy?
That's a good point. It might be the.
Yes.
You know what?
I think
Hold on,
it's
I have
the
the
guy,
rules
right?
for it.
I think you'll do it.
You're right,
Do
it's
it in
probably the
reverse,
guy. I'm
though.
probably-
You can do it in
I'm probably
reverse,
being silly.
though, because like you can cast it on him and
You're
be
by
like,
character.
Go get it then. And he'll be like, it's gone, and like you're an idiot.
Yeah.
So I think it would still work.
Yeah, you're by character.
You're by character. You're absolutely right. It targets
Yes.
the character and not the crest. So never mind. We're good.
Yep. Okay.
Line
Although
doesn't say
it makes
that. He's
sense.
still confident.
Amazing. All right.
All right. I'll nod instead to Dragonfly and say, sooner is better than later. Lordling Smokespire.
I'll wait till he turns around to cast the spell.
Yeah, I'll make a show. I'm gonna make a show out of it. I'm gonna peacock strut around a little bit to try and
Oh,
distract
boy.
him. So, I'll say, Lordling Smokespire, your attention is needed. Your many subordinates behave poorly towards those that show them hospitality.
Oh
It is
yes,
the
I heard
Cloudlings'
about that.
It is a Cloudling's place to show decorum. We are well behaved. Is what makes us Cloudlings. Instead, you let them gallivant about, causing more problems than they solve. That is not the place of men-at-arms. What explanation do you have for yourself?
The simplest there is. The nature of a cloudling is not, as you say, rules and laws and decorum. It is the endless freedom of the open sky, a concept unknown to these petty groundlings who have never even seen the stars that shine at night. They are deprived
You
of
talk
this
about the
by the
nature of
thread.
things. You talk about the nature of things. Let's talk about the nature of leadership. Are you a leader? Or are you a commander? Do you go where they won't? Do you enter first where there is danger, or do you expect them to carry the brunt of that? A leader is the bedrock to his followers. He supports them, as he would a child upon his shoulders. A leader is a river to his people. He provides. He is unwavering. He is always there. Are you a bedrock? Are you a river? I think not.
Such
I look around-
interesting. Oh, sorry. I don't want to cut off your monologue
it's
with my
okay.
monologue. Such interesting
No,
metaphors
he'll
you
leave it
use. Line. I wonder if perhaps you've been down here too long. A leader guides from above. I am not their ground. I am not their water. I am their guiding star. And I will guide them to further heights than even the Emperor could have dreamed.
And how will you do that when you cannot even command the respect of those beneath you? Even now, they plot against you. Where is your great treasure that you will use to rise to the stars, to be marveled at by all the people below you? Is it where you left it?
Oh, he's spitting. All right, yeah, Smokespire is going to turn around. I assume you have
And
cast...
I've been stalking
I
around
have
as he
cast-
does this to
Of
try and
course,
get
yeah.
attention.
Like when Scar is like pacing back and forth.
Exactly like
Yeah, yeah,
Star.
yeah.
Yep. He is a lion.
Okay. So I have to make a mind check.
Yes.
All right.
To use a crest.
Everything
Oh, yes,
hinges
of
on
course.
this.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Okay, here we go.
So what happens if this fucks up is the question.
I kill him anyway.
That's just 43.
Which
I
is-
don't. I get a miscast, I believe.
Oh boy, okay, let's see. Okay. That's okay. Sometimes when the miscast usually does not prevent the spell from
Yeah,
action.
yeah. It's
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, generally. Oh boy, okay. Yeah, all right. Roll a d10.
okay. Here we go.
Oh my god.
It's an 8.
What did you get?
8.
8. The effect occurs, but it hurts you. Take 1 wound.
Oh my god. A wound?
So it's
A
gonna work,
wound.
and also you get fucked up.
You only have 3 of those total, for the record, so be careful.
Yeah.
But yes, you spread the chalk on the crest. I assume you've been sort of surreptitiously doing that, like rubbing the
Yeah.
back of your head a little bit, like,
Yeah.
oh boy, they're saying some big complicated things, scrub, scrub. And the crest fires up. This is not a spell that you know. This is not a spell you've cast before. Traditionally, spells must be incanted. You have to say the words. Crests don't require that. But as a mage, casting this feels weird to you. like a little bit wrong. It's not coming from you, it's coming through you from this crest, and you're not exactly prepared for that feeling. So it all just feels bad, like you've been drained in some way.
Yeah.
But
I imagine
the effect...
I feel like dizzy,
Yes.
disoriented, and like 11 style. I get a nosebleed.
Yeah, you get a little bit of a psychic nosebleed.
Yeah.
So that fires off. Smokespire turns around and does not see the crest right where he left it about 20 seconds ago. And he is going to roll.
Wally, can you
just
roll
for
the wound?
fun.
Some of these are nasty, so I want to see what happens.
Oh, yes. That's a
Oh,
good
you gotta
point.
roll. I have
When
to
you
roll?
take a wound, you generally roll on the wound table.
Snap.
However, I'm going to say... yeah, I'm going to categorically say 9 and 10 are not going to be allowed in this one because I'm not going to let you die from rolling one
What
die.
if he dies? What if he dies
No.
from rolling this? That'd be crazy.
No!
That would
I'm
be
rolling.
crazy.
Let's see
rolling
what the
it.
roll is.
If it's a 9 or a 10, I guess I'll re-roll, but it would be very
No,
funny
if it's
I
a
do
nine,
roll
if
one
it's
of
a
those.
9 or a 10, you're dead. Like this
right.
child has picked
Come
up a
on,
magical
Wally's wanted a
object.
character to die for so long.
This child has picked up a magical object and has
What
rolled
did
a
you get?
crazy
I
spell
rolled a
that
six.
a lord
You
told
roll
him
the
to do.
6. A wound that
Okay,
slows you
alright,
down.
alright.
You move at half your normal movement speed until you receive medical treatment. Yeah, you're really dizzy, basically.
Yeah.
The world is spinning around you. And just for fun, because this incomprehensible thing just happened, Smokespire is going to roll a panic check. Aha! And he rolls 5. Fight!
Oh god.
So, Smokespire turns around, sees this crest that all of his hopes are hung on, is gone, and immediately draws his saber and spins and rounds on all of you. Not necessarily all of you. He's had you in full view this entire time. He does, in fact, turn his suspicion on all of the Cloudlings just sitting there, and also all of you. It's just there's more of them than you. So Smokespire rounds on them, saber out, which is bad. Anybody take a stress point? He drew a weapon on you.
Oh shit!
Oh,
yeah.
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 All right, I'm up to 4.
So immediately the tension raises. And
Stress up to 5.
yeah, what to say? Well, I guess I don't need to RP that. Basically, Smokespire starts busting out just assorted wild accusations. Essentially, you know, oh, did one of you do this? How dare you? Don't you understand what's at stake here? Let me just do one last roll.
Is this the part?
Great, yeah, amazing.
Is this the part
yeah.
where we take him down for being crazy and terrible?
Yes, more or less.
Yeah, I was going to take out my own saber and just kind of parry it whenever he's
Yeah,
when he gets too close.
He's going to start descending down the ramp and sort of like pointing
Okay.
the sword at different Cloudlings. And as
I would like to intercept him and basically say, no, if you're going to fight, you'll have to get through me.
yeah,
Ooh,
the
good.
general mood of the Cloudlings is, let me roll their panic check.
Yeah, should we take a stress for another sword being drawn?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not drawing it towards you guys.
No, but
Okay.
oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's drawn in your defense. You don't take stress. All of the
Gotcha.
Cloudlings, I just rolled collectively for them, and I
pretty
got a
fucking stressed, though,
9
you
on the
guys.
panic check. So basically, they just saw their boss, who was already not the most hinged, like immediately snap into like, one of you has betrayed me. How dare you? So 9 on the panic table is you are done with all this and start making plans to go home. So
Great.
they're not going to rise to his defense. And if you noticed, so as he was kind of pointing the sword around just before you parried it, he did in fact point it at Cobble, and Cobble's face kind of like stoned over in that moment. I rolled such an interesting sequence of numbers when the letter arrived, and then I rolled a much better sequence of numbers when this started happening. They were not guaranteed on your side when this thing started. So, I would say that violence is beginning.
All right, let's violence this up.
Let's scroll
I've
back
had
down.
I've had this flamethrower on my back this whole time.
I know. I'm gonna.
Oh, boy,
yeah, I
yeah.
want to shoot him. I want to shoot him so bad.
Although I will say that now all of you can feel the thickness in the air, the wind not moving, and some of you with sharper ears can hear
Oh,
sounds
shoot.
on the horizon.
Oh.
So,
Home. It's the home.
yeah, it's like, Gran, what are those lights on the horizon? Yeah, so that'll be fun. And maybe some lightning happens too. Why not? It's a very
Clown
dramatic final
on
confrontation.
him. Come on, guys.
If-
Clown
Yeah,
on
let's
his
do it.
ass.
All right, Red, take what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Let's kick this off.
All right. So.
Oh, I'll take some fucking damage.
All right. Jeez, just twist my arm, why don't you? Smokespire is going to. Yeah, he's got his sword out. Eiselbrid just put herself in front of him. He is going to attack you. Let's see. Now, I will say he gets to roll for this. It's not just going to be an automatic hit.
Okay.
Simply because I think it's only fair. Oh yes, actually, this is correct. This roll is difficult because his target is also wielding a melee weapon. So,
sure, yeah.
as long as he fights you, he has to roll. However, he did just roll pretty well. So that is a 30. So he hits.
Okay.
And his weapon is a saber, which does 2d10 damage.
2d10.
All right, and this is if this breaks your armor threshold, it busts your armor.
Yes.
And
Yes.
you take the difference.
Right. So he just
if I'm-
rolled
I might not be
10
lit at this.
damage.
Ouch. Yeah. So that does break my armor. I'm only
Right.
at 5.
Okay, so you
AP.
take the 5 rollover damage as excess. So he like,
Which is good though, because you don't get a wound.
yeah, he's
Yes.
moving kind of erratically, and like you are quite a good fighter. He's got the high ground. He's a little bit higher up the slant than you are, and he's got the advantage of footing. And he's mostly just trying to get past you. So
Right.
he like swipes, and you feel your armor near where that extra special stick of chalk is stored crack, and you feel it kind of carve into a part of you you'd rather not get hit by a sword. Okay, so that's Smokespire's move. Cobble is not going to do anything right now.
Nice. Hell yeah, dude.
And now it is... Following Cobble's lead, the Cloudling soldiers are not going to move. They're all just kind of like watching him. And also all of them failed their panic check and are on like, man, I want to go home to the sky where things make sense. So now it is all of your turns.
I want to go back to eating bats.
Yeah, man, too much bread. It's really bloating me. Okay.
Bread, not of bats.
Yeah,
makes
exactly.
you-
That's the real problem. All right. So let's go down the line. Starting with Line.
All right. Lod does not get his hands dirty. I'm gonna pull out. That wouldn't. It's in defense. So I will remove my flame bellows. But it's a pretty. I feel like it's kind of a bad show to light a guy on fire when you're trying to make a point about how crazy he is. So I'm going to instead just hold that, and I will pass. I'm good.
Great. There is also the secondary point that your bodyguard is like right next to him, and a flamethrower is an AoE thing. So,
Is it an AoE? I thought it was one target. My mistake.
I'm just
flame
like
bellows.
in my head, you would need to be careful in the aiming. You'd need to roll.
Yeah, well, it's actually a save on their part. So
Ooh, that's fun. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Bear Man, would you like to shoot man with gun?
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him with my bear gun.
Woohoo!
Hell yeah.
I believe in you.
Do I have
This
to
bear
roll?
has a
I feel
right.
like I feel like I got it.
to his arms.
I'm gonna say because Eiselbraid took that hit and went down, and Smokespire is higher ground. You have a clear shot.
Yeah.
You can shoot him if you
bang,
want.
Boom. All right. So I hit him because he deserves it. I'm gonna roll 2d10.
I have a,
because he deserves it.
Eric, I have a very important question for you. Does your bear gun have a special name that you call it? Like, does it have a nickname?
Oh yeah.
This is the botherer.
It's it's called. Oh, my gun is named Assurance.
Very good.
Ooh.
Very
I like
good,
it.
Clancy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's way
What's
better
the
than what I
damage,
was thinking.
boss?
That is 9 points of damage.
Woof. All right. You crack through his jeweled battle casing, and he takes 4 of that in rollover
deserves
damage.
that.
And now his damage
That's like
is...
some awesome armor.
In
Sounds
the book, it talks about tools of violence, and it says a weapon is a flesh render, a terrible beast.
Yep.
And all this stuff, an artisan can, and all this stuff like that. Like, they say somewhere else that like violence is like dropping a stone into a lake and it reverberates out. And the whole time I'm like, I want to be a sellsword because I want to make some reverberations.
Yeah, I'm sorry
does
to have
seem kinda
deprived you from
funny.
the chance for so long.
Yeah.
The game is like, don't fight people. By the way, one of the 4 classes is called fight people.
Yeah, when I was initially coming up with this, I was like, I've got a pretty chill timeline for if the players do nothing, and then I was like, but it would be rude if I didn't let them kill somebody.
Yeah.
Okay, Iselbraid, your turn.
Yeah, I'd like to hit him. So my understanding with the armor is that because he broke through the damage threshold, my armor is now like broken.
Your armor is now effectively useless. It doesn't make the most sense, although I will also say cover provides armor ratings.
Is that
Okay.
also true for that
So-
other guy's armor then, though? Because it just got broken through with Clancy's shot?
Yes,
Yes.
because his
Yeah.
battle casing has just been cracked open.
Sweet.
You can damage him, and as long as you hit him, the damage will go through.
Like a very rich
Yeah,
crab.
I'd like to.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to attack him if I. So let's say Smokespire kind of like stabbed me and knocked me down. I'm gonna go for a leg sweep then and a similar stab.
Perfect. All right. Now, they do have a melee weapon, so your melee attack is going to need to be rolled for. So.
Yes, but because it's a saber, I can roll. I use my speed, which is a much better stat for me.
Hell yeah.
Perfect. Fire away.
Yes, 37 meets it.
Fantastic.
Or, like beats it.
Yay.
All right.
rather.
Roll that damage.
So it's a saber, so it's also 2d10. Whew, 15.
Whew. Oh, wow. Okay. So he goes from 4 damage to 19 damage.
That's a
And
wound.
takes a wound, which
Yeah.
means, let me just go, let's mark that down.
Man, I want this guy to die so bad.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
We must defeat this man.
So I'm amazed at how hateable I made him with
Wait,
only a few
guess.
lines. I'm glad I got a little monologuing in, though.
Have we been too hasty, maybe?
No.
We,
Absolutely
we
not.
spent a long time in that farm fight. Okay, wound check. Let's see. I think he has to make a few checks, actually. An 8 on the wound table. A wound that disturbs those who witness it. All nearby humans make a panic check.
Oh, jeez.
Kidding me?
Oh, baby. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
So
no,
I think like
I don't have good stress.
you like
I,
carve. You like sweep the leg
I'm
and
at
like carve
4.
up and like. It like takes out one of his eyes, basically. It like goes up his cheek.
Ooh. Oh god,
so-
from Dave to Chops?
No, not that much. You haven't killed him yet. But yeah, everybody needs to make a panic check.
Okay.
Oh god, so this is a D10 and you gotta roll over the
I have
stress.
7 stress. Oh my goodness.
I'm
I got
so glad
4,
this worked out the way it was supposed to.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh no, I
4.
rolled it.
Okay, so Dragonfly's good. Worm, where are you looking?
I rolled a 7 and I'm at a 6, so I'm good.
Okay, great. Iselbraid?
I rolled a 5, so I do not make it.
Oh, you have
Okay.
to roll higher?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no, then I
You
fail.
succeed if you roll greater than your current stress. It's the opposite of everything else. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, then I fail.
Oh,
Okay,
but
what did you
5
roll?
is you try to fight, charging forward recklessly.
yeah, so this doesn't really change things for you.
Okay,
So
fair
Wally,
enough.
what did you roll?
I rolled a 4.
Okay. You attempt to flee. Leave the current room or location if possible. So you've just had a really
You're
like
slow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you are
I'm also
slowed.
moving.
You're moving at half speed.
Yeah.
You've just had a very like rough confluence of events. You have like the sort of feeling that you just got used in like some cloudling to cloudling like power play.
Yeah.
Your head hurts, your nose is bleeding, and that's no fun. The little vegetables in your hair are doing their best to reassure you, and you just saw this guy go from like fine to like on death's door in 2 hits, and you're like, this is probably the worst display of violence you have seen in your life.
This is great
so
because
you-
I also failed in panic, but I also got a 4. So Clancy is like, "Oh, this is bad. This child is here. We're involved in all the things that you just said.
Yeah.
We got involved. We're just gone. We're leaving. We're going.
Amazing. Okay.
So, both me and Clancy panicked, is my understanding.
As
I
well
panicked
as
too.
Wow.
As sellswords, our job condition is when your nearby friends see you panic, they must take a fear save or panic too. So does that mean that there's just this cascading thing of
Yes.
you got to make
Guys,
fear
I had
checks
bad
or
news
you
about fear
panic?
saves.
Because the both sellswords just cracked. Basically, sorry, Worm, did you succeed? Because you might need to re-roll that now.
Yeah, I gotta re-roll that now. Or I gotta roll, I think, a fear save.
A fear save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this
So,
is this game
by the
just
way,
an extended metaphor?
Before we go to the fear save, I rolled a 3, which is you fear your traveling companions are about to abandon you. I take 1 additional stress, and also it does seem like they're abandoning me because 2 of them are about to leave. I no
than
longer
two.
trust the party to watch my back. It will go away after I have a good meal or conversation. Kind of like real life. You fear your friends don't like you until you have a good meal.
Oh,
and
the
then
old
you're
like,
yeah,
if you
it
think
was
everybody
okay.
hates you, sleep. If you hate yourself, shower. You know, it's the.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Okay, so
so do we
Sophia,
need to
what did
make
you
a
get
fear
on that
save?
second and third panic check?
So wait, is it rolling panic again, or you roll fear save? Because fear save I think is
Fear.
lower. Okay.
Yeah, fear.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
well,
Wait, is
fe-
fear? Hold on a minute. Let me check my notes.
Fear is its own save. It's different than panicking, and fear
Oh,
saves made
yeah.
by nearby friends are made with disadvantage because I'm a lordling.
Gotcha.
So
I gotta
everyone's gonna
roll
roll-
two
Are you
more.
kidding me? Everyone's gonna roll
Okay,
to
so roll-
What is this
disadvantage.
cascade?
Roll 2 fear saves at disadvantage, and then if you fail either of those, roll on the panic table.
And my understanding is because
that for everyone or
both
just-
sellswords,
just Sophia?
each,
Well, the
each
rest of you
sellsword
already
has to roll
panicked.
fear
Everyone else
because
is
of other
panicking.
sellsword.
Worm has to
Yeah.
roll 4 sets of percentile dice.
That's true, because it's also, if more than one of your allies panic, you need to make a panic check.
I
God
don't know.
damn.
I don't. Noir, you're making a very good point. I don't think you extra panic if you're already panicking. I think
I'm
it
gonna
just
say
gets you to
everybody who's-
panic.
You know,
Yeah, everybody who's
That's
panicking
actually-
is already so panicked that they
That's
can't
valid.
process a second layer of
Yeah,
panic.
exactly. It's
Okay,
like if you're
okay, cool.
panicking, you're already there. You can't.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't extra panic.
Yeah.
Noir,
I'm
you did
really
this to
glad
us.
that the layers of like the domino
Rock Bottom
chain
has
is
a
set up
basement,
this
and I
way.
found it.
All right, Sophia,
Okay.
roll those
My
clackers.
fear score is 34. I have to roll below a 34. I've rolled a 20,
Nice.
15.
Ooh.
At disadvantage?
I'm gonna just roll 4 and
You just
Oh, okay. So that first one is a success.
28
That's a success.
Oh my goodness.
and a 33. My score is
Okay.
34.
Oh my
So you
God.
have
You
succeeded.
save on disadvantage. You saved on. You had a 1 in 3 chance of succeeding, and you saved
Damn.
on every single one.
The indestructible gumption of a child Ghibli protagonist. It is real. Okay, incredible.
You will
So
bring
you
the magic
see
back to this.
all of the adults around you, like you see Smokespire take this like really nasty wound and is now like visibly like staggered and on death's door, and everyone around you has this moment of like, what are we doing? And just like bolts. So yeah, I'm gonna say anybody who panicked and ran is probably. There's not really rules for this, as far as I can tell.
Since it's me, since it's Clancy and Dragonfly, I feel like we just go back to the farm and we're like,
I think-
helicopters,
yeah.
let's go.
Yeah, you are booking it back to the farm. You want to flee this entire situation as quickly as possible. As you are, I assume, basically hoisting Dragonfly up.
Yeah,
Dragonfly,
'cause
you can see the opposite horizon.
I'm not running too well.
Yeah, and you are, in fact, seeing lights in the sky. Pretty distant.
Hey, Clancy.
What happening?
Clancy.
Wow, we're
I think the
running.
bugs are
We're
coming.
running right now. We can talk about. We'll talk about it later. We're running right now.
So,
The
Okay.
Imago, they're coming, Clancy. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
And I look up. And see the lights in the sky and run faster.
Okay, so Iselbraid and Line, you guys also panicked and let's see. Austin, did you get the running one or the?
No,
all my
I
friends
don't
are
trust
abandoning it?
anyone.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
everyone's abandoning me.
So,
Which they are.
Iselbraid
So
got the
is that
running
really
away one.
unreasonable?
Yeah.
No, I got the
No.
I got the
You got the fight one. Great.
Yeah,
okay,
fight
so,
one, which I'm
so
already
Iselbraid
doing.
is
Here to
standing
finish
her
the
ground,
job.
but you just
Yes.
saw the farmerlings that you conscripted just like absolutely bail.
Yeah.
And yeah, wow, okay.
the courier
So-
They
is
all believe in us.
The courier is still
Troy
there.
coming in with the pizza, seeing everything
Something,
on fire.
something, neither rain nor snow nor grievous
on.
bodily harm. Okay.
neither snow nor rain
Nor
nor heat
cascade.
nor gloom of night nor earthquake nor irritable Clancy nor dinner brawls nor thick air nor sudden onset millennium bug situation can stay these couriers in the swift completion of their appointed rounds. Okay, I am not panicking. And here's what I remember as Worm.
A very good thing to say when you're not panicking.
There's a big ship right next to us, but it's mostly underground. And the thing that's inside of it is how you drive it. So
Oh my god.
I have
Oh, okay. So just a point of order. The drop ship where the Cloudlings are, where Smokespire is standing on the ramp, that is how these Cloudlings arrived. The tower and the facility under it is the buried ship. The crest to control it is behind Smokespire in the ship. He magically cannot see it.
cool.
Also, you know that the ship is probably what the bugs are here to eat. the big one that's buried. However, I'm not going to say you can't do what I think you might want to be trying to do, because I think it would be very cool.
I do like to push a big red button, and it does feel like buried ship is the biggest red button, so I think Worm's immediate thought process is, everything's gone to shit. I have to save myself, and anyone who follows me onto the big ship can also fly to safety, because as far as I know, the least magical person around understands there's a big ship under here, we can use it to fly around. So...
Although I will once again reiterate, the bugs will probably want to eat this big ship.
Sure.
And they are coming very quickly.
Okay.
Not going to say you can't. I'm just saying you would probably know that this would be one of the less safe flying options of the 2 ships that you can see that are not buried and the one that you can see that is buried and the 2 you don't know about in the farm.
Well, in that case, Worm the Third, seeing one ship that is much more accessible, will probably just book it for that ship because I have no way to fight and I'm the only one not panicking, so I'm going to lean into the Thopter piloting skill that I took thinking it would not come up and run to a Thopter and start to try and get it to fly.
That's incredible.
Perfect. Okay, so basically there is the dropship, which Smokespire is currently on the ramp of. I assume you don't want to try and run past him. The other one is the ship that Line and Iselbraid arrived in earlier today.
Yeah, I'll take their
It's
ship.
much
You
smaller,
bastard.
but you saw it. So I think like I can see like the mental math. It's like you see the crest and you're like, okay, crest can't get there. Ship controls probably can't get there either. Scary Man has a sword. Other ship. Okay.
And
So,
Worm will use her speedy little 6-minute mile and start running over to that available ship.
Oh my god.
Great. I'm going to say, since you're not like attacking, you can use both your actions to get there.
Right.
Since they didn't park immediately on the site, it's like a little bit far away. Yeah, great, amazing. I'm going to say next round you can figure out how to fire that sucker
Sounds
up.
good.
Yeah, okay, great. Let me just... Yeah, all right. Dragonfly's panicking. So that's all the good guys going. Let's see. I think Cobble is at this point gonna corral his people back from where the main fight is raging. They're not gonna necessarily intervene, especially with Smokespire looking that rough. But they don't want anyone else to get too near. And they also just saw everybody panic. And, in fact, just for funsies. Oh, that's fun. Every one of the Cloudlings is basically getting the adrenaline rush, like, super focus thing. They all rolled a 1, which on the panic check means gain a single-minded focus. So everyone is suddenly, like, very efficiently, like, striking camp, packing up their belongings, like, trying to get as far away from their deranged boss, who's, like, very, like, final act of Ghibli movie, like, fucked up right now. Yes, unfortunately, now it is Smokespire's turn. I've delayed it long enough. So, he is
I'm gonna
going...
burn the fucker when I have the chance.
Wait,
Yeah, so
delayed
you
what
are...
long enough? What do you
Well,
have up your sleeve?
I've just been kind of being like, oh, maybe I can do this other thing,
Okay.
yeah, so Smokespire doesn't just fucking stab somebody. Nah.
Give me
Okay,
the
so...
wound.
All right, geez. Great. He is in close proximity to you, but you also still have a weapon, so he is still going to have to roll this. Oof. And he rolls very badly. That's a 94. I'm going to say it's because he has no depth perception anymore. But he is also going to cast a spell that he just knows. It's not necessary, he just thinks it looks cool. He is going to cast the spell Lightning Blade, which adds 1d10 damage to his weapon for 15 minutes and ignores metal armor, but now they fry any electronics they touch for the next 3 days. So now he just looks extremely rad, but he didn't hit you, and that's kind of all he could do. So he attacked, he cast the spell, he can't do anything. Yeah. Before Austin goes, just real quick, as Clancy and Dragonfly are sprinting away, Dragonfly, you spot where Sky is hiding behind the debris pile. Because she definitely followed you guys.
Oh, come on.
And she
Shit.
saw all that went down. And when she rolled her panic check, she also rolled pretty good. But she does. You can see she's like right about to crack a little bit, and she screams very loudly. And then a split second later, you hear a sound coming from the other direction you heard the sound before. This sort of buzzing sound, and we'll deal with that next round. But,
Okay.
yeah. All right, Austin, you are paralyzed with mistrust, but you can still act. You just don't trust your party to have your back.
Yep, I'm like, okay, no one's gonna get this done. I gotta get this job done. I'm gonna flamethrower this motherfucker.
Yay!
Any other consequences be damned. Okay, I've got 4 shots, and then I can reload if I need to. Body save with disadvantage or target is set on fire.
Woo.
1d10 damage per round until they put it out.
Okay.
Also, it's 2d10 damage, so I guess they have to... okay, so this is what's confusing. It says damage 2d10, and then it says special... Oh, so maybe I have to attack?
I think you do still have to roll just because you're trying not to hit
I
Iso
have
Blade.
to... Gotcha.
Because they are still in melee with each other.
Okay, what if I don't care about...
What if you don't care about not hitting an ally?
What if I just want to hit this person, deal 2d10 damage, and I'm like, everyone's betraying me?
I would
what if I'm being
allow that.
betrayed?
I would make Iselbraid roll a body save to determine whether or not she gets hit by the fire.
Okay. So I'm going to attack Spokespire and deal 2d10.
So he needs to roll his body save.
Well, first I think I deal 2d10 damage automatically.
Okay.
Because it's 2d10 damage on a hit, and then body save with disadvantage, or target is set on fire, and they take 1d10 per round.
All right. Great. Well, roll that first damage.
That's 12.
Woo!
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, that immediately...
It's another wound.
Yeah, so that knocks him up to 11, 21 total. Yeah, that is all 3 of his wounds. Congratulations.
Yay.
So he was cutting a pretty imposing figure there, you know, one eye, blade crackling with lightning. Definitely about to start a very cool monologue that I definitely didn't practice beforehand. And you basically just hit him full in the chest with this fire blast. And he tips over this big hole in his chest plate and falls on his back, staring up at the cloud-obscured sky. Lord Smokespire is dead. And let me just make some panic checks for everybody. Because that was a hideous wound, baby.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
And Cobble did not help out, but I do believe that he still needs to make a panic check if an ally dies. So... Huh, that's funny. Okay, cool. They are arrogant now. And all of the Cloudlings... Boop. Oh, same problem. Cool, they're just worse than they were before, slightly. But yes, Smokespire is dead. Violence is about to drop, except, Sophia, you are in the Thopter.
Yes.
You have Thopter piloting.
I do.
I'm going to say, you may not be familiar with this specific ship. You are familiar with flying machines in general. Mm-hmm. You can figure out how to start this sucker up, and I won't make you roll for it.
There's so many ways to deliver the mail.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Clancy and Dragonfly, you are still sprinting for the farm.
Yeah.
You heard Sun scream as well. Do you want to divert to scoop her up, or... I would allow it. It's still running away. It's an extension of the running away with a kid under your arm that you're already doing.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'll scoop
right.
up that sucker.
Yeah, you divert, scoop Sun up. She clings to you, and as you run towards the farm, the sound that Dragonfly picked up does in fact get louder. And as you approach the farm, the tree line explodes a little bit, and a juvenile Imago bursts forth, summoned by the sound of Sun's distress, and ignores you. Well, actually, ignores you, and beelines for the Cloudling encampment. So that's a thing that'll be happening in a bit. But ideally, you guys won't need to deal with it, because the guy you wanted to be dead is dead. And yeah, the crest is still on the dashboard of the main dropship where he left it.
I just
Cobble?
realized
Huh?
I still have Lord Cowboy's crest.
You sure do.
You guys have
you
bigger
stole
fish
that.
to fry, I feel like, than the
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to get on the ship and get everyone on the ship that we're apparently taking.
All right.
Yeah.
We need to be specific here. Dropship
Sorry.
or big
dropship.
baried ship?
My,
Okay.
my ship is gone, and I don't want to get on the one that's about to be eaten by bugs.
Good.
So
Yeah.
I'd
Good
like
instincts.
to take. I'd like to take the one that we're standing right next to, since
Yeah.
what's his fuck is dead.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
great.
all right. Okay, so Smokespire is dead. I guess Isilbraid, is there anything you want to do in your last round before combat drops, or?
Unceremoniously push Smokespire off of the ramp.
Hell yeah.
Perfect. All right, he flops kind of in a pile. The Cloudlings are currently panicking just a little bit, not least of which because not even from the direction where, like, the problem is clearly now to everybody coming from. A juvenile Imago just flew in from the other side, so the Cloudlings are not having a good night. They would probably need some sort of direction to get them all onto the ship in an orderly fashion. Or you can, fuck them, whatever. It's 50-50.
No, that's. We are soldiers, not children. Onto the ship. There's been enough destruction tonight. We leave now.
All right. I'm going to say that's fine.
And I'll turn
I'm
to
not gonna make
Cobble.
you-
I'll say, Cobble, get your men aboard.
Cobble wavers briefly, crisply salutes, and gets everyone wrangled towards the ship, slaps a few people who were trying to, like, bring, like, big glowy things with them. But this is like my mother's glowy egg thing. No, screw it. So they all get, like, herded onto the dropship in a little bit of disarray. Some sparing some glances for Smokespire. Some of them looking at the crest that he clearly just left on the dashboard and being like, oh boy,
Yeah.
okay. Oh man. Some of them pressing their faces against the window, seeing the oncoming Imago horde. Worm, you are currently flying a small 2+ person dropship by yourself.
Everyone
Where are
did
you
the
taking
math.
this
Worked out for you
sucker?
pretty good.
Everyone did the math and said, oh, Worm's the extra one, Worm's the third, but who's the third now? I'm going to fly as far away from these bugs as possible, as fast as possible.
Amazing. All right. You beeline in the other direction. Neither rain nor slow, nor gloom of night.
Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night, nor earthquake, nor irritable Clancy, nor dinner brawls, nor thick air, nor impending bugs, nor cloudlings with fire. Stay these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds. Thank you.
Amazing. All right. You get out of Dodge. Let's see. Order of operations. Who's getting to ships first? Cowboy and Isilbraid, you are already in the ship, basically. I'm going to say... do either of you have Thopter piloting as a skill?
No.
Okay. Well, the good news is Cobble does. So, yeah.
I will.
Cobble is gonna.
Before they start clamoring on, I'm gonna secure the crest for Line, just get
Under
that
your
under
big
wraps.
cloak. Yeah. Okay. Great.
I will
just
take it.
absolutely
Let's-
like big gash in your armor, like visibly bleeding, but like I'm still being paid. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
This one's
At
much
this
heavier
point,
than my last.
the Imago are close enough that you can like make out some of the details of the forward facing line of them. They are under the cloud layer, and the adult Imago are very big, so they're clearly still pretty far away, but you're starting to be able to make out like numbers of them. Meanwhile, Clancy, with Dragonfly under your arm, you sprint into the farm, probably past it, straight to the shed where the Thopters are, skid to a stop. They're already up and running. Silt has been kind of quietly herded onto it, and she's like, it's just like the story said. No, really, just put me on the roof. I'll be fine. And they're like, no, Grandma, get on the Thopter. Carla was clearly keeping a watch out for you, and basically, slings you onto the second Thopter. Ott and Jaya and Silt and Brian are already on the other one, and Brian has very strong opinions about how cool the bugs are, but everybody is a little bit busy, so that's going to have to wait. And you guys pile on the Thopters. They chug a little bit. They're biofuel powered, which is incredibly archaic, but the good news about biofuel, bugs don't want to eat it. So it's a pretty good not as great for the environment as solar power, but still pretty good archaic technology.
You can just piss in the tank.
No, it's like oil and stuff, but I appreciate the gumption.
You don't know what bear chimeras can do.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
For all
Improvise,
we know,
adapt,
they piss
overcome.
oil, yes.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah, Dragonfly, you get kind of yeeted onto the back. You're still pretty, like, out of it.
I'm getting a
but-
weird little high, with the swarm happening and
Yeah,
magic in the air.
Yeah, Sun in Clancy's arms is clearly kind of experiencing something a little bit similar. Also, you can absolutely see her wistfully staring down at the juvenile Imago, which has flown right past the dropship and is now sort of like just perched on the highest point of the tower, looking out towards the oncoming swarm. And she waves it the teeniest little goodbye. And the sort of pressure wave of just magic that comes off these things. Imago aren't latently magical creatures. They can cast spells. It's said that early spells were taught to humans by Imago sages. That might be a legend, you don't know. But whatever it is, you can feel. This is like nothing you have felt before. Even the small-scale attack that happened a few weeks ago, that was like kid stuff. This feels like, literally like the weather is changing. And it's kind of giving you a splitting behind the eyes headache, and miscasting a spell isn't helping. So you're like, maybe I could just take a nice little nap on here and it would be fine. And Sun is curled up on the chest of this big bear man who has definitely just been like straight up like, go, 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 fire it up this whole time. But yes, the Thopters fire up with a bit of a cough and a sputter, and you can kind of quietly hear Carla be like, yes, nailed it. And the Thopters lift off, blow the roof off the farm from the wings beating, and you guys sail ahead of the oncoming swarm of Imago and fly off, not into the sunset, the sun has already set, but into what will, in some hours, be the sunrise. All right.
And there'll be a Ghibli food montage, and we'll have much better
course.
soup, and we'll cut up the tomato, and we'll eat the cheese.
I think this is one of those
I
war
won't, but-
destroys everyone kind of.
Yeah, this
kind
is
of
a little like
endings.
you're getting like the Nausicaa manga ending,
Oh,
where the
God damn
happy
it.
ending is she destroys all future for humanity.
I thought-
One of us
rather than the
could be
movie
voiced
one.
by Sir Patrick Stewart, so pluses and minuses.
You are so right, but then one of us would have to be voiced by Shia LaBeouf for
I
equivalent
said
exchange.
minuses.
And then Worm wakes up from his dream, where he dreamed of being a Thopter pilot, and goes downstairs, and Worm's mom is making the best dim sum breakfast ever.
Wow, the world never
It was
ended.
all a
Everything is
dream
great.
ending. No.
Yeah, and
Warm
like yeah,
blooded life.
so the drop ship, it's the largest of the vessels. It takes the longest to fire up, and it's a little bit intimidating. The Imago are almost upon you by the time you get in the air. But fortunately, this thing runs on a solar engine, because that's the kind of thing that Cloudlings can just do when they're above the cloud layer. And fortunately, it has retained enough of a charge that you're fine. So the dropship kind of climbs slowly into the air, and you are holding the crest to this ancient torturer ship. And as you fly upwards, you can kind of make out, now that you know roughly what that is, you can make out contours in the land that you couldn't see before. And you can sort of see,
How
that's
big
the,
was this thing?
yeah, well, that's where that's where the view screen that we saw activated must be protruding from the earth, and over to that side, that part of the mountain looks a little bit carved out. I wonder if that's where one of the wings is. Sorry, I can't read that. It's backwards on my camera.
Oh, I wrote prediction. It's a big man, but
Oh, that's a good one. I like that. It's more of a big bird.
Damn
I have
it, I was
sketches
just
I can
about
show
to
you
say, I
guys
bet
later.
it's a big bird.
Yeah, and you can kind of see.
Now I'm just imagining.
should have written it down
One
backwards
Piece.
on a piece of paper and tried to put it into the camera.
I'm a fool.
Yeah.
To get credit.
The tower that you can kind of see, it's like curving up from the main body of this buried ship like a scorpion's tail, some kind of bulbous feature on it that you don't know the use of, and now we'll never know. Because as you fly away, you see the shadow of the oncoming Imago descend on it. You also make out one little juvenile Imago just kind of hanging out. It buzzed by you earlier, and all the Cloudlings panicked, and you're just kind of like, this is not the weirdest thing that's happened so far today. The Imago descend, and the ship vanishes under a swarming mass of massive insectoidal cicadas. You are too far away to see the horns that they all have on their on the fore part of their carapace that all look like human faces for inexplicable reasons,
Fucked
but they're
up.
there. You know they're there. There's a general feeling of pressure released. And this dropship is not made to fly incredibly high, but it is a Cloudling dropship. So you do puncture the cloud layer, and you do see, still dimmed with smog, but still shining, at least some stars.
Yay.
As we see the thing disappear beneath the swarm, I'll turn to Nine Fingers and say, there's already an order to the world. Let the past die.
As
Nobody.
you say. I'm sure the crest in of itself is quite the trophy.
We should hope so.
Not to mention it'll make up for the one you so generously gave away.
You can't,
Dragonfly
I
has
didn't
a
expect
giant
to have victory
grin on
without a
his
few
face.
defeats along the way.
Off to our next exploits then.
Hell yeah.
Indeed.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
yay! Oh, that went so good. All right, good job, everybody. Anyone want like an ending vignette while the credits roll, or
I have
are we all
was it
flying
for
off
me.
into the
I'm
sunset?
fine.
No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have one final
Amazing.
recitation of the postman's motto.
Yes.
Um,
Oh, bars. Let's do it.
Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night, nor earthquake, nor irritable Clancy, nor dinner brawls, nor thick air, nor impending century bugs, nor cloudlings with fire, nor the conclusion of the one-shot stays these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds.
Yay.
Oh, amazing. All right, good work, team.
Yeah.
Dragonfly's gonna sleep off that migraine and to be like fine in 3 days. But
But thank you
for
guys.
now, it's gonna be a kind of unpleasant flight.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining us in this one shot. Thank you to our special guest, Eric Silver. Be sure to check out Join the Party and all the other amazing podcasts that he works on over at Multitude. We will be resuming Campaign 2. I say resuming, starting Campaign 2 this summer.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for more on that. Yeah. I don't have an outro spiel for this ready. I've still just got the USPS motto stuck in my head mostly.
We'll get
Yeah,
it in
traditionally
post.
we just need some like soft vocalizing, preferably the main theme of the movie. Now suddenly with words over it, slow scrolling credits, wide shots of the sun rising. Real aesthetic
All
stuff
good
like
stuff,
that.
but-
You're gonna have to imagine the beautifully animated ending credits. But trust me, they're so cool.
Indeed.
they're
And with that, we will softly send our listeners off. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a Ghibli story without an everyone flies away on cool airships ending.